Your seats. According to my phone, Verizon time is now about 6:30, our appointed hour, and I like to start as close to on time as possible. As people are finding their seats, you have to acknowledge, or make a comment, what a difference a year makes. Last year we had a blizzard on voting day and we had to, postpone voting, and during the last 10 years, we had blizzards 3 times for town meeting, and then today we have a glorious day like today. What a change, huh? Good. Well, it looks like I just checked the lobby. We don't have any backup of folks checking in or long lines, and so I feel very comfortable starting. I would like to call this meeting to order in my capacity as town moderator and begin the business portion of our 2024 town meeting. As is typical with town meetings, we start the meeting with a presentation of colors by either the local Scouts troops. This year, the members of Scouts BSA Troop 75, specifically Gabe Aberton, Garrett Aberton, Laurel Downey, Lucy Heiss, and Ben Carbonneau will be presenting our colors today. And so with that, I would recognize the Scouts and ask them to please present the colors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be followed by some patriotic music, which I will introduce at that time.
Color guard, present the colors. Color guard, post the colors. Scout salute. At this time, will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we'll have a musical offering by Emily Foto, a high school student who has impressed me in the past. I'm sure she'll impress all of you tonight. Thank you very much, Emily, and thank you very much, Scouts. What a wonderful way to open our meeting. That's great. This meeting is being live streamed tonight so that remote viewers can watch what's happening. So, it makes it triply important that when you speak, you only speak at a microphone so that people can hear you, and try not to adjust the mics so that we don't send all sorts of distortion out through TV world. If you do need assistance, please let one of the assistant moderators know, and we'll do our best to accommodate your needs. I often start our meetings with an introduction to folks at the head table, and my biggest fear is I'm going to get somebody's name wrong, but I'm going to give it a try this year. See, select board members, we have Chair Mike Wayne is here, Assistant Chair Christopher Nicolopoulos, Angela Brennan, Matt Poulin, and Elena Colby also are all here. Town Manager Dave Stack is up front. Town Clerk Madrula Nayak right here next to me. Finance Director, we've got a new face this year. Cheryl Lidner is just a couple months here at the town, and this is her first town meeting, so we look forward to hearing her. Town Council Eric Mayer is here, and my able assistants from Tanya Lindquist. When I start fumbling up and messing up everything with the computer, she's going to jump up and help me out. I always have to offer a special thank you to Connor Parzik from Bow High School staff, who runs all the sound and light work here. And thank you, Connor, for making things go so smoothly. Also, we couldn't have elections, we couldn't have town meeting without the work of the supervisors of the checklist. They're a strange group of people in the sense that they do a ton of work and virtually nobody knows anything about it. They keep our voter polls, they update the polls when people move in and out of town, they keep track of you when you change your party affiliations, and they make report after report after report to the Secretary of State's office, and they are truly critical to our process. Unfortunately, they're not here to hear this, but Jennifer McDaniels, Beth Titus, and Kate S., they're probably still checking people in out in the lobby. I just always want to make a special, thank you to them and recognition to them. So yeah, they deserve it. And a kind of a special notice, Jen McDaniel has been on the supervisors for several years now. This is her last meeting. She did not run this year for re-election, so we will be wishing Jen well. She has got her fingers in a whole another group of pies. That she's very, very busy in the community, and thank Jen for all of her hard work. It's been a great benefit to the town. And I introduced her, and I couldn't do what I do without Madrula Nayak, the town clerk. She's constantly calling me up and said, Peter, don't you want to be doing this now? Or did you remember to do this, Peter? Or isn't it time to be doing this? So, she helps me look a lot better than I really deserve. We have a number of assistant moderators helping me tonight, if we have counts and things like that. I always have a group of folks. Most of them have orange vests. I don't know if I had enough to go around, but just Ben Canary, Harry Judd, Nick Watson, Catherine Menahan, Eric Anderson, Tamar Roberts, Barbara Griffin, and Bill Ames. Thank you for helping me out. I couldn't do this alone. I need the help of the team every meeting, and thank you for doing that. I probably don't need to say this anymore, but the school grounds are no smoking, so please no smoking anywhere on the grounds. Please minimize food and litter in the auditorium and treat it like a carry-in, carry-out park. Whatever you bring, take with you. Don't leave it behind, please. At this point, it is traditional for the town for me to recognize a representative of the Men's Club who present their Citizen of the Year award, and Greg Cartier, their president, is here tonight, and I will recognize him.
Thank you, Peter. This year's Citizen of the Year was chosen for their devotion to the conservation of Bow. Protecting all creatures, great and small, this person has been instrumental in protecting wetlands, conserving land for recreational use, and protecting wildlife habitat in Bow for the last 23 years. They have served on the Conservation Commission for the last 15 years and have served for extended periods on the Planning Board, on the Drinking Water Protection Committee, and Bow Open Spaces. This person's approach to problem solving has been exemplary. They use data-driven approaches to explore issues and bring together multiple stakeholders to find the best solutions. Their outward passion for the natural resources of Bow is contagious. Their knowledge is critical to the commercial and residential development of Bow while keeping in mind the land and its natural inhabitants. Bow residents should take pride in the abundance of natural resources in our town. It is very apparent that this person's numerous contributions over many years will help preserve these resources for future generations. It gives me great pleasure to invite Sandy Crystal up to receive the 2024 Citizen of the Year Award.
It occurs to me as I was standing there introducing people, I didn't acknowledge the person sitting to my right. Wendy Gilman will be diligently taking notes all night to make sure we have a good record of this meeting. And, you know, when I'm up there saying, excuse me, please repeat your name, it's so that we can get it right in the record. So thank you for your hard work. At this point, I'd like to recognize Select Board Member Chris Nicolopoulos, who has a presentation or two to make.
Thank you, Peter. Believe it or not, I'm the longest-serving member of the Board of Selectmen. My name is Chris Nicolopoulos. And with that comes the distinction of being able to recognize members who will not be continuing to serve as colleagues on the Board of Selectmen. And tonight I have two of those to recognize. First is Mike Wayne. Mike is our current chairman of the board. For those of you who don't know Mike, Mike has an unwavering desire to get it right. And so what that means is when a difficult decision is facing the board, Mike dives in, he does the research, he meets with everybody who potentially might have some information. He'll then learn how to research title records, and he'll do that. And he'll come up with the best solution that he believes is appropriate. And when he does that, he doesn't weigh what's politically acceptable or what votes he might have or who might get upset. He does the right thing because it's the right thing. Mike's leadership during a transition year of the Board of Selectmen this year was exceptional. I learned a lot from him about how to keep a steady hand in leadership. Mike's commitment to the town of Bow doesn't end at the Board of Selectmen. Mike's been our representative to the Planning Board, which is a whole nother job, at least two more nights a week. He's long volunteered for the men's club. But not just Mike. Mike has a wonderful wife, Deborah, who has committed tremendous support for Mike to this town. And so, Mike, on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, I'd like to present to you this gavel and a card from the board. But I'd like us all to recognize Mike and Deborah for their commitment to the town.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a few words. It's been my honor and privilege to serve you for the last 6 years. Together we made it through COVID, paid our debt to Eversource, purchased the rec center, and started the process to enhance cell phone coverage, not to name a few. That's not to say we had our blunders.
I would like to thank you, the citizens of Bow, town officials, department heads, employees, volunteers who make Bow a great community. Finally, I would like to thank my wife, Deborah. Please stand up, Deborah. For your support and understanding over the last 6 years. Thank you all.
So I've had several months to plan, to think about what it's going to be like to be on the board without Mike. But for this next member, I haven't had several months. Obviously, the election was yesterday, and Matt wasn't successful in seeking re-election. And so I spent a lot of the last 24 hours thinking about Matt's commitment to the town of Bow. And when I think of that, I think of the fact that it's probably my responsibility that he's here. I remember when I encouraged him to run 6 years ago because I was having so much fun. And if you want to know how Matt immerses himself in the board, it's like a dog on a bone. There are several tasks that Matt undertook as a Board of Selectmen. To name a few, I'd like to talk about his commitment to the BDC, the Rural Development Group Committee. Years ago, Bow was perceived as a place where businesses had difficulty working. I heard from a number of people when I was running that Bow's too tough to work in, too tough to build in. And the BDC and people like Matt went out and knocked on door to door and said, we're here to help. We're here to break down the barriers. And in the time that he's served, we've had tens of millions of dollars of commercial investment built in Bow by people who have listened to the BDC say, we will help you navigate the process. And these aren't small projects. We're talking $20 million liquor warehouse, the second warehouse, the development on Dow Road, the facilities that Coastal built. Those were built because this town opened its arms to those businesses and said, we want to partner with you. And Matt had a unified focus on that. He also, despite all the town elders telling him he was wasting his time, he was focused on finding a solution for water at Bow Mills. And though we haven't reached a solution yet, Matt has met with everybody who would meet with him. In fact, we've made tremendous strides in the last 18 months with finding a potential solution to water for Bow Mills. Is that the forever solution? I don't know. Will Concord finalize its planning to make that happen? I don't know. But I know that everybody told him, including myself, that he was wasting his time, that we wouldn't get there. And he made strides where other people couldn't. Matt's commitment to the town didn't end there. Matt's commitment to society didn't end with the town. Matt has been a strong supporter of Future in Sight, and now Make-A-Wish. Matt is one of the very few people on my phone that I know I could call at 2 in the morning. I could say, Matt, somebody needs help. And while I was saying that, he'd be getting his pants on, and you'd hear him say, okay, where do I need to be? I want to thank you, Matt, for 6 years as a partner on the Board of Selectmen. But we can't think about partnership without also recognizing his wife, Emily, who's been by his side the whole time. Thank you, Matt.
I said I wasn't going to cry, but Chris, you almost made me cry. Before I depart with my speech, a few words about Mike. We ran together 6 years ago. Truly been an honor working with him. The only way I can describe Mike is he's cerebral. And the only way I can prove that is he'll put a binder together every time he wants to look into an issue, and you'll note there's a big binder right in front of him, right? Because he put together everything that he needs for this meeting tonight, and Chris hit it spot on, so I'm not going to go any further but on Mike. But Mike, it's been an honor serving with you for the last 6 years. I thank you for doing that with me. So everyone is aware that the town of Bow had elections yesterday. I failed to secure enough votes to continue serving Bow as a selectman. I feel that I was successful in working with many great people to leave this office better prepared for the future. I would like to express my gratitude to those that have supported me. My first attempt at running for office in Bow was for the Budget Committee 8 years ago, and as Peter mentioned, it was a humbling experience because Bobby Arnold and I stood out there in a blizzard for 12 hours. And although I was not elected, the experience taught me a lot, and I used that knowledge to successfully run for selectman. You found the work I was doing beneficial to Bow and placed your trust in me again with the successful outcome of re-election. Thank you to that for all those people that supported me. I strongly feel that Bow is at an inflection point. I wanted to finish several projects that I've been heavily involved with. I was part of the team that spent countless hours working on the water interconnection project with Concord, and we're well on our way to passing a $9 million savings to the residents of Bow. We diligently worked to improve Bow's telecommunications footprint with the addition of the cell tower. Just recently, after being stalled for years, it was finally approved. I took great pride in helping to get these and other projects to where they are today. It is up to the newly minted select board to bring these victories home. The last 6 years have been challenging, as Mike said. I joined the board of selectmen while the town was involved in an abatement suit with the power plant. Becoming educated on this subject was not an easy feat. We hired a new police chief. I will forever miss Chief Luigi. She's a gem. We have replaced the fire chief, not once, but twice. And Mitch was an amazing firefighter and an asset to Bow. There was COVID, enough said. Except thank you to all the town staff members that continue to work throughout this uncertainty. I was able to convince the police department to let me ride along during a shift. Thank you to Officer Pratt for letting me sit in the front this time. I paused for the laugh because I knew that was going to happen. Thanks, Steve. Mitch even let me ride on the fire truck after countless days of nagging. Of course, it was sitting next to Santa Claus. So I'll take what I can get, right? I was able to experience the challenges of snow plowing firsthand. We have an amazing DPW who may hit your mailbox from time to time, but we'll be back to promptly fix it. Don't worry, they'll fix your mailbox. Thanks to Tim Sweeney and his DPW group. It's been an honor to work with you guys. Balancing Bowtown business and recent personal issues means a very challenging few years ahead. Public service is a passion for me. Being a selectman in Bow does not pay any of the bills. To Ian and Kip, congratulations on your win. I would like to pass on some wisdom I have learned over the last 6 years. Number one, create an email folder labeled resident complaints. There will be many. Anticipate a lot of work. Number two, anticipate a lot of work. I routinely spent 10 to 20 hours a week on Bowtown projects. That's not an understatement. My assistant is glad I didn't get reelected, so maybe I'll be in the office a little bit more. Number three, make sure the decisions you make as a selectman will benefit the town and don't expect to be thanked. And number four, be prepared to successfully navigate a mostly thankless job, which, if done properly, will only cost you time away from your family and loss of sleep. Remember, this is a civic duty. You now work for the 8,000 residents of Bow. I want to close by reiterating Bow's budgeting dilemma. The select board only controls 20 cents of every tax dollar collected. Bow's schools control 70 cents of every dollar. So the future comes down to the responsible stewardship of these funds, so please get involved. Go to the school board meeting this Friday. Make sure you get to that meeting as well. Thank you for letting me represent you, Bow. Although I'll no longer have an official capacity with Bowtown government, I will continue to be a passionate resident, always looking out for the future of Bow. Thank you very much. Thanks, Peter.
I was telling Peter I wasn't done. I just wanted to make one more, I just want to take a second to thank one more person who wasn't on the Board of Selectmen, but I worked very closely with for a number of years, and that's Jennifer Strong-Rain. Her school board term ended this year. Jennifer was my compatriot on the Budget Committee. She represented the school board as I represented the Board of Selectmen, and so I was trying to count today, and it must be 100 meetings that she and I attended together, trying to balance both a $10 million town budget and a $30 million school budget. And through those years and through hundreds and hundreds of lines of those budgets, I've grown to have a respect for her commitment to the Bow schools. She was a wonderful partner in that process, and ultimately we've delivered a number of budgets for, I believe, that were consensus budgets, that the school board, the town, and the budget committee were able to all come together. That doesn't happen without a ton of work, and she was a partner in that. I'm going to miss her next year. But also, she took the lead on the school developing and embracing the CIP, much like the town has done for a dozen years. Our schools and in our town have a tremendous amount of capital projects, and it's incumbent on the budgeting and the boards and the budgets to look ahead at what those capital needs are. And the project for the schools to undertake to make sure that they had an appropriate CIP plan must have taken hundreds of hours. In fact, it will require a commitment of this town of about $1 million a year to fully fund it. That's how big of a project it is, and that wouldn't have happened without her. So I don't see her here tonight, but there's lights in my eyes if she's here or not. Could we all just give a round of applause for her commitment to this town? Thank you.
One of the early things they teach you in moderator school is never to give up the mic because you may not be able to control it. You've just seen why. No, actually, I think a wonderful thing about town meeting is the ability to celebrate who we are as a community and to appreciate our fellow citizens. And so, thank you for that. Your remarks, Chris, I think they were very, very spot on. Thank you. Wow. We do have a full night ahead of ourselves. I'm trying to figure out how I can streamline my opening comments. I think the most important thing is to say is we do have 30 warrant articles, so as we go forward, to the extent you can focus your remarks, keep them on topic and as short as possible, it'll give us the biggest chance to finish our agenda tonight. I have reserved this room for Thursday night, March 21st, so that's a week from tomorrow night, for a continuation of this meeting if necessary. And so I'm taking this time to announce that if we get to the rules say that we'll stop at 11 o'clock, but of course if it's 11 o'clock and we got 2 more articles to go, usually the voters here say, let's just bang it out and be done with it. But if we decide to finish tonight with unfinished business, then we will reconvene on Thursday, March 21st. Similarly, if we have a motion to reconsider after a vote to restrict reconsideration, we will also take that up a week from tomorrow night, March 21st at 6:30, right here at Bow High School. We'll use the voting process that we've used in the past. You all received voter cards when you came in. For votes, I stopped using voice votes a number of years ago because I found the voter card process much more efficient. You have ballots as well in case we have any secret ballots. Just remember that if you leave the meeting, we collect the voter cards and collect the ballots, obviously, so they don't get into somebody's hands and, permit someone to vote twice, for instance. So if you're leaving, other than just, go to the bathroom, there will be one of my assistants will be at the doors and will ask to retrieve your voter cards and ballots at that time. And so please don't give them a hard time. Under our typical rules of the meeting, only voters can speak on various matters. The only exception is town officials or experts or consultants to the town who are here to provide information on particular issues but may not be voters. We will do our best to display all of the warrant articles on the screen and any amendments. So if you are preparing to offer an amendment at some point during the meeting, please let us know as far in advance as possible so that we can take the steps we need to display it. A few years ago, the right to know law was changed. It requires us to record who made every motion and who seconded every motion. So if I get a little picky with you as to who, finding out who made that motion, please don't get mad at me. It's a state requirement. Similarly, when you speak, if you give your name and address, that will be best. Any of you who've been at our meetings in the past know that I frown on applause and cheering. I don't permit personal attacks on town officials, speakers, committee members. Ask you to limit your remarks only to the issues so that we can move on. I do have to share with you, there's a recent special meeting we had, there was a gentleman who talked, and I stopped him, and he talked some more, and I talked, and I thought he was going to get really mad at me, but I saw him a couple weeks later, and, he was just kind of chuckling. He said, then, he was kind of ribbing me for shutting him up, so to speak, and saying, I called my father that night, and I told him, I was gavelled, with my mouth shut tonight by the town moderator. And his father says, I wish I had one of those when you were a kid. So, we can have a good meeting, we can be efficient, but without obviously being disrespectful about it. The rules that I plan to use for tonight's meeting are printed in the warrant. They're rules that school moderator Jim Hayden and I developed a number of years ago. They worked very well for us, and I plan to use those rules. And as I've done last few years, I have followed a recommendation from another senior moderator who says, instead of having the rules be your rules, make them the meeting rules and ask the meeting to adopt the rules as their own rules. And so at this point in the meeting, I would ask for a quick motion to adopt the moderator's rules of procedure as they appear in the town warrant as your rules for the meeting tonight. Do I have a motion to that effect? Jack Crisp and Steve Buckley got the second. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the rules, the moderator's rules as the rules of the meeting. Does anyone want to speak on that? If not, this will be the first chance to use your cards tonight. All those in favor, please raise your voter cards. Excellent, thank you. And any opposed, raise your cards. Good, the ayes have it, and so we have the rules adopted. Thank you very much. I always try to offer some pithy little remark from somebody before we get down to business, and I found a quote today that I thought was particularly interesting, and so in this day and age, when I think a lot of people are doing a lot of talking, but not a lot of listening. And this quote is a paraphrase of a quote by Roy Bennett. And he says, listen with curiosity, speak with honesty, and act with integrity. The greatest problem with communication today is that we don't listen to understand. We listen to reply. Instead, we should listen with curiosity, meaning we should listen for what is behind the other speaker's words and think about what we have heard before we craft our response. I think those are great words, and it's a great thought to carry forward as we carry on this meeting, as you listen to others, and it may be folks who have a completely diametrically opposed position to yours, but listen to what they have to say and try to understand where they're coming from before you have your own response. And let's see, at this point in time, then I will move on, and yes, I can do this. I will start by reading the official notice of the meeting tonight to the inhabitants of the town of Bow and the county of Merrimack, and said state, qualified to vote in town affairs, you're hereby notified to meet the Bow Community Building on Tuesday, March 12, 2024, to act on Article 1 and 2 by official ballot. The polls shall be open for balloting from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. You are further notified to meet at Bow High School Auditorium on Wednesday, March 13th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. to discuss, amend, and act upon Articles 3 through 31, including the proposed fiscal year 24-25 municipal budget and all other matters to come before the meeting. Now, as that notice read, we did have two articles that we already addressed on the official ballot. One was the election of officials, and the other was action on the warrant articles. I typically will announce the official results of the voting, and I will do that at this point in time. For the race for 2 seats on the Board of Selectmen, Ian Flanagan received 944 votes. Kip McDaniel, 904 votes, Matthew Poulin, 721 votes, and Brock Ellers, 576 votes. That was the two top vote getters, Ian Flanagan, Kip McDaniel. For Budget Committee, we had 2 folks running for 2 seats, Andrew Mattice and Lisa Franklin. Andrew Mattice received 1,113 votes, Lisa Franklin, 1,102 votes. Madrula Clerk ran unopposed for town clerk and received 1,377 votes. I ran unopposed for town moderator and received 1,327 votes. And I'm still looking for those 50 people who didn't vote for me. Roland Gamlin ran for treasurer and received 1,247 votes. Jonathan Marvin ran for trustee of trust funds and received 1,264 votes. Amy Nepper ran for supervisor of the checklist, received 1,276 votes. And Eric Anderson ran for library trustee and received 1,326 votes. And I think in the interest of time, I'm not going to give all of the results on the zoning amendments. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amendments total. And I think at this point, the results are available at the town office, but all of the proposed zoning amendments passed. And while it's technically not part of our business tonight to give the school board results, we do run the school election as part of the town election. And for those who may be interested, I can announce there was a race for an open seat on the school board. Benjamin Davis received 720 votes, Angela Hubbard 726 votes, Jeffrey Knight 113 votes. So Angela Hubbard was had the highest vote count in that official results last night. And the school clerk, John Rich, ran unopposed and received 1,262 votes. So that takes care of Articles 1 and 2, which now allows us to get down to business. And the first article we have for consideration at tonight's business meeting is review of the town operating budget, Article 3. As is my practice, I won't be reading the text of each of the articles. They've been printed in the town report, and they appear on the screen tonight. And so to get the things started with Article 3, I'd ask, do we have a motion to adopt Article 3? And so I usually have a budget committee person and sitting down here. Jack Crisp and Steve Buckley, again, motion and second to adopt Article 3. And my notes indicate that Selectman Nicolopoulos will introduce this for us.
All right, thank you, Peter. I assume this microphone is working. If not, somebody say something.
It's fine. It's working.
This budget is the easiest budget I've ever got to present as a member of the Board of Selectmen because it's a negative budget. It's a negative budget entirely because the 6-year settlement with PSNH, which last year was $1.4 million, is gone. And so we had a $1.4 million savings. Ultimately, there's very little change in this budget for increased spending. There was a 3% COLA, cost of living increase for town employees, and a 2% across-the-chart wage adjustment. So town employees will have, after July 1 of this year, a 5% pay increase. The 2% COLA is an effort to bring our employees closer into line with the area pay scale for those members, and we are going to this year endeavor to do a full employee compensation analysis. Other things in the budget of consequence are two new police cruisers, a number of new fire and police apparatus. But ultimately, it's 600,000, almost 700,000 less in spending, some more revenue. So all in all, a wonderful budget to be able to present to you all.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 3? I'm going to choose that person is heading toward the mic and not the bathroom. Yes. Please remember, identify yourself and your address, and name and address before you speak.
My name is Jack Crisp. I reside at 5 Courier Drive in Bow. I have only one comment. I support the budget, and I appreciate this was probably something done to save money, but I understand there are only 400 annual reports printed this year. There were none available here for us at the town meeting. I think that's unfortunate. So I would encourage the next year's board to try to have some more annual reports available for all of us so that we can refer to them and admire Eric Anderson's photographs throughout the report. That is my only comment.
Unfortunately, we can't use the 200 extra we have from last year, so it's a tough balance of getting the right number. But that was noted, Mr. Crisp, and we will do a better job next year.
Jack, you can have mine. I have one. I have one. You can have that one.
Anyone else wish to be heard
$3 Who
on the
wants?
budget?
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see anyone getting up or moving toward the mics. And so if there's no further discussion, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to delay things. Let's take a vote. All those in favor of Article 3 as appears in the warrant, raise your cards. Thank you very much. Put them down. All those opposed, raise your cards. All right, the yes votes have it. The article passes. Okay, Article. You don't know how dangerous it is for them to have entrusted technology to me tonight. Well, I'll see how long this goes. But anyway, Article 4 relates to the appropriation of money for the River Road Bridge Replacement Project. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Article 4? Are you going to be my standing movers and second? Yeah, Jack Crisp and Steve. Okay. All right, and I have, my note indicates that Select Board Member Mike Wayne will be introducing this article to us.
Okay, this bridge is one of the four.
Whoops.
This bridge is one of the four that were red listed by the state. We've replaced two of them, that being Birchdale and Dunkley Road. So the River Road Bridge adjacent to Ferry is on the docket next. The total cost of the project is $1,491,800, of which $1,992,800 will be replaced by the state. And so there's a $299,000 withdrawal from capital reserve funds. So this project has no impact, no tax impact.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? All right, I don't see anybody going to the microphone, so we'll put the matter to a vote. All those in favor of Article 4 as it appears, thank you. Raise your cards. All right, put it down. And all those opposed? All right, it passes. I declare the article passed. All right, next article, Article 5, relative to various deposits to be made to various capital reserve and expendable trust funds. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 5 in a second? Okay. There we go. And there's a second page to it, and I will move to it when necessary. It looked like Jack Crisp had the motion and Eric Anderson had the second on that one. And Select Board Member Brennan will be speaking to us about this article.
Thank you, Peter. As you may know, the Capital Improvements Plan, the CIP committee, works to create savings accounts, essentially, that make it so we have money in reserves so that you don't have a tax impact for these large purchases that you might see if you're looking ahead to what we have in the articles coming before us later on this evening, where you'll see no tax impact for these larger purchases. So the CIP committee has put together this article that is $948,500 that goes into that savings account for future purchases. This year, the tax impact of this deposit will be 73 cents per thousand of your property value. You can see in the next slide that Peter has here is the list of funds and where they will be going.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to Article 5? I see someone moving. I just need to. Yep, it looks like he's coming down to speak. Great.
Yes, Jeffrey Martineau. I live at 39 Allen Road in Bow. For the monies allocated, I just was wondering if we could go through what the plan is for the CIF, because when I look at the budget, for example, I mean, I understand the spreadsheet that's up front and it looks nice and crisp, but when you look through the numbers, I just wanted to point out for the citizens of Bow that, for example, the CIF currently projects buying at least 5 dump trucks in the next 6 years with these funds, as well as they have cruisers allocated every year for the next 6 years based off of what's in the annual report. And on top of that, we have special purchases for a canine cruiser that's listed here for this year, which I was under the impression our canine officer had left the department. We have an SUV for the fire chief that's over $100,000 listed, and I appreciate we're trying to balance out the burden on taxes for the taxpayers, but it seems, I've lived in a lot of communities, they don't buy or spend as much on capital year over year on major expenditures like that, and it just seems a bit much. So I didn't know if we could go into more detail as to what the decision-making factors are that drive these numbers. Because it's 70 cents, we're facing some headwinds right now in solid waste disposal. We're going to be facing headwinds on the school committee for that budget. It just seems if there are places where we can possibly reduce expenditures, like what does the health maintenance trust fund do? That's just kind of some of the things I saw when I was reading through that. I didn't know if we could go into more detail, Ms. Brennan, as to some of these numbers and what they actually are funding.
Sure. So I think it's important to remember that proper planning allows us to have a level tax impact year over year, and that's what the job of the CIP committee is. We take in information from the various departments for the equipment that they use and take into consideration the lifespan of those things and make sure that we're not running into a year where we have to purchase 8 police cruisers in 1 year, where you would see a huge tax spike. The whole plan here is to make it as level as possible for the community so that we don't have those big jumps. And so this is a matter of working with our departments to handle what they need, plan properly for the future, and that's what you're seeing in there.
Understood. I appreciate that. If I may respond, just under the DPW budget, for example, we're buying 2 10-wheel dump trucks, 6 6-wheel dump trucks, 1 1-ton truck, a utility truck, and 3 pickup trucks in the next 6 years for a department that has 12 full-time employees. So I understand what you're saying, but again, I don't think it really speaks to what drives $335,000 a year into a trust fund to buy 8 dump trucks for a staff of 12.
Which page are you on, if you don't mind?
Page 45. And I may be reading this incorrectly. It's just lined out there. And I know it goes out past 6 months, but then the staff levels come from.
Yeah, so if you look at page 45, you'll see that there are a number of things this year. And the reason there are a number of things this year is because during COVID, we punted almost all large capital trucks. And what we saw for the DPW during COVID is we saw the price of our 6-wheel and 10-wheel, and in fact, our big heavy equipment, all shoot up. Mm-hmm. And so we made a decision in the last 2 budgets to hold off. And so what we did is a truck that we should have bought last year and a truck we should have bought 2 years ago, we said, well, let's hold off this year because we thought that they were going to moderate some. And in fact, they moderated some, not as much as they went up. And so the process, the CIP process, and then ultimately the warrant process that you see in front of here is bifurcated. And it's bifurcated for a reason. In this book, we have our best guess for what we're going to need going out over the 20-year life cycle of a truck. And we decide that, or over the life cycle of the equipment. So it's longer for a fire truck than it is for a police cruiser. And then each year, as part of the CIP process, CIP committee will look at that and say, okay, we thought we were going to buy a grader. And it was about 3 years ago, I think, we were going to buy a grader. And when we got there, we funded it for a number of years. We said, no, we actually don't need it yet. And so it gets pushed way out again, and so we don't buy it. So just because it's here, there's no commitment of either the selectmen or the budget committee to ask you to buy it. It's just our best estimate for when the end of life might be. And I'll be candid, during the lean years, we pushed out some of those capital expenses more than we normally would. And so I think this year we're seeing in these warrant articles, in these 31 warrant articles, more investment for those. I think a lot of work goes into making sure that there's adequate money here, and then before we actually ask to spend it, I think you'll see that there's even more consideration, and you'll see that as we go through those tonight.
But I appreciate that. So could you delve into, again, a lot was said there, but what drives the decision to replace one of these vehicles? Because 335,000 based off the numbers on that sheet, which I appreciate what you're saying, but these are the numbers we have to work with to make an informed decision to vote on this. A dump truck's 288,000. So we're buying a dump truck plus something else with the 335 you're asking us to put into that trust fund.
No,
And
we're
I
not-
know these are
yeah.
approximate numbers, I'm just saying though, but you're asking us to vote on an almost $1 million expense on approximations, so could we have a little more insight into what drives those approximations? Because, I mean, the top two line items there are $500,000, which equates to roughly 40 cents per $1,000 per each household in tax revenue.
And if we don't do that,
But you could also bond, could you not? So that's
Oh,
what I'm
sure.
driving, like,
Yeah,
what are
you should-
what are the decision factors
You
for this?
could bond, if a town failed to plan, when you had a need to buy capital equipment, you could borrow. But what we've chosen to do is to plan proactively for the town for the life of the vehicles that we're having, so the people who are benefiting from them as we have them are saving for their future. It isn't so simple to say 335 equates to 2 trucks. 335 roughly equates to the annual depreciation of all the equipment in all of the fleet spread out over those years. So it's not 1-for-1. And so the process we go through when we start looking at things like police cruisers. And so we have a police cruiser that's in our budget every year. And then there are some of the cruisers that go into the CIP. The ones that go into the CIP are the ones that are driven by the chief or the one that's driven by the K-9. And those are saved up over a number of years because those are unique vehicles. And so we put them in the CIP or we put them in the budget. And then each year before we finalize the budget at the selectmen level, what we say is, Chief, give us a list of how many miles on each of the cruisers. Tell us about what repairs we have. How's the transmission working on this or that one? And then as a selectman, first the town manager, and then as a selectman, we say, we didn't drive that much this year. Maybe we don't need an extra cruiser, and we put them off. And the same thing, I don't know what year our old Tahoe is, but it's old. Chief? 12 years old. The old fire chief command vehicle is 12 years old.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the questions have been asked and answered a couple times, but I definitely invite the voter to come to the town offices or even seek out the members of the Capital Improvement Committee, and they can get far more information about the process. Okay, there's another gentleman, voter I'll recognize at that microphone. Yes, sir.
William Fanny of Brown Hill Road, and I find myself in a very unique situation. I'm a taxpayer and an employee of the DPW. I'd get rid of 6 of those dump trucks today as scrap. You don't realize how hard those trucks work to try to plow the roads. And most of them are 2009s, 2008s, and you're kind of backed up, like you said. So that's why there's so many trucks on the list.
I don't want to speak for everyone in this room, but I think I can speak for the select board and say that we very much appreciate the way DPW does such a good job taking care of our roads and everything they take care of, including their equipment, to make it last as long as possible. Even though every piece of equipment takes abuse year after year, you all are constantly working to make sure that we're not overspending and that we're doing a good job managing taxpayer dollars. That goes to you, sir, and also to, of course, Tim Sweeney. Thank you.
I don't know if he's here.
I may agree, but you know what I said about applause. If we go down that path, it just tends to, it can also hinder people's willingness to speak or to be heard. So thank you for the spirit, but please try to refrain in the future. We have another voter at this microphone who wishes to
Yes,
speak.
Tom Tremarco, 17 Page Road, Bow. Question on these expenses. Are RFPs submitted, or are we buying from one individual across the board on different things? And is that open to the public on an RFP for the fire chief's $100,000 truck or dump trucks before it's automatically signed off and purchased?
So I talked about two steps that happen. It's actually closer to five.
Okay.
The department head presents his budget to the town manager. He may have to go to CIP for some of these. It then goes to the select board for us. It then goes to the budget committee, and then it comes here. And then it leaves here, and we have the appropriation. There is another step, and that is the RFP process or the bidding process. For some of this stuff, we bid out rather than RFP. And so if we know we need a 1-ton truck with a hydraulic take-off PTO transmission, that was one of them, right? With a gas tank of at least this much, we send it out, and the department head will then bring the select board the quotes and say, here are the quotes. And oftentimes, a lot, I will say, I appreciate these quotes, but I see that the local company, we happen to have a Ford dealership in town, we happen to have a Peterbilt dealership in town. I'll send them back to Tim and say, I want to see quotes with those guys too. But ultimately, they will present the bids that are qualifying for the truck we need. They will make a recommendation. It is not always, especially with trucks because of different branding, it's not always the lowest cost provider. But if it's not, they make a case for why there's a special technical reason we're going for that. And then the Board of Selectmen authorizes them to enter a contract for one of those.
Okay, and then my second question, to follow up with that, the trucks that are replaced, those trucks go to auction, or how is that money reimbursed
Depends.
to the town, and where does that money go?
Yeah, and so sometimes it's traded against the allocation that we're purchasing. Sometimes it's not. And so a few years ago, we had a fire truck that we were getting rid of that wasn't appropriate for the fire use, the apparatus wasn't, and Rick Wombolt took it and turned it into one of our plow trucks. And so if there's value in reusing between departments, sometimes we'll take an old police cruiser and use it as one of our town trucks. So we try to get the highest and best use out of it. And some things are worth more than others. There are some things that are not particularly valuable when we're done with them.
So that money is then returned back into this, into these savings?
Typically, if it's traded in, it would be reduced, we wouldn't take it. So
Okay.
if later on, we're going to see a warrant article for $100,000 for a truck. If we end up getting a quote from Banks and from Ford for a new truck, and they say, we'll give you 15 for the old, we would only authorize a withdrawal of 85
Right.
for the new one, and that money that didn't get spent would lapse, and next year would be accounted for. We are not permitted to overspend, and so if we got the quote, say for the $100,000 truck, with the trade-in, it was 103. We would come back to this town next year and say, we were wrong, we need 3,000 more.
Right, but the money that, if you didn't trade it in and you got, say, 30,000 for everything else, whether you scrapped it,
Yeah.
junk, that 30,000 cash, I'm just giving you a
Yeah.
number out there. Does that money get put back into these funds, or
No,
where does
it
that
would
money
get-
go?
It would get put back into the town fund, and it would lapse at the end of the year. Any extra money that wasn't spent would lapse back to reducing the tax rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody at the other microphone. I don't see anybody in line at that microphone. I'm going to assume nobody else wishes to speak on Article 5. Again, Article 5 as it appears relative to deposits to capital reserve funds. So I'll take a vote on it at this time. All those in favor of Article 5, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And those opposed, please raise your cards. The yes votes have it, that article passes. Which brings us to Article 6, relative to Bobog Road Culvert Replacement. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 6? Okay, I have a motion from Jack Crisp and a second from Stephen Buckley again to adopt Article 6, and Select Board Member Wayne is going to introduce that to us.
Road. Here we go. Thank you, gentlemen. So this is the culvert under Bobog Road near Dean Avenue. The cost of the project is $800,000. The funding will come from the Capital Reserve Fund for Bridges and Highways, and this culvert is beginning to fail. Our last big rainstorm, the culvert couldn't take that amount of water, so it was almost over the road. So we need to do something to rectify that. So I said this, there is no impact, no tax impact associated with this project.
Anyone wish to speak on Article 6? Yes, we do have somebody.
No one turn.
Steve Buckley, 28 Brown Hill Road. I would just encourage the Public Works Department and the engineers who are doing these bridge projects to be very mindful of the need to plan for climate change. And I would just point out that the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission just published a roadway adaptation toolkit that is worthy of consideration to make sure we build these bridges and culverts to adapt to the more intense storms that we're having here in Bow and in New England.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on Article 6? I don't see anyone, so we'll take a vote. All those in favor of Article 6, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your cards. Oh, yes votes have it. The article passes. Which moves us to Article 7, relative to annual road paving. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 7 as it appears in the warrant? Yes, I do, from Jack Crisp, and Eric Anderson wants the second this time. Select Board Member Colby will be introducing this to us.
So this season's road repair and paving projects included multiple drainage replacement projects and the paving of approximately 5 miles of roadway. The goal of the Highways Division is to provide safe pavement services for traveling public across approximately 100 miles of roadway in Bow. In order to follow a plan of annual paving, which is based on a 20-year rotational schedule, it will cost approximately $570,000 to pave 5 miles of roadway. The tax impact will be 44 cents per thousand of property value.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 7? I don't see anybody moving toward the mic, so we'll go right to a vote. All those in favor of Article 7, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? Okay, the yes votes have it. The article passes. Our next article is Article 8, relative to appropriation of money to be added to the Community Building Capital Reserve Fund. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 8? Yes, Jack Crisp, and second, Bill Knapp on the second. Thank you very much. This article will be introduced by Select Board Member Poulin.
Yeah, the Select Board established the Town Center Committee in 2022. The committee was asked to engage the community with goals of creating a welcoming gathering place, work with the town residents, town organizations, entities, and interested parties to establish the wants and needs of the community, maximize the utilization of existing town-owned spaces near the intersection of Knox Road, White Rock Hill Road, Logging Hill Road, and Bow Center Road, identify, study, and propose new and reformed use of the public spaces to include, but not limited to, a phase change of use, construction, or demolition, select a whole of the existing town-owned spaces and assets. We were also tasked with identifying resources to support the implementation of the committee's goals, including but not limited to state or federal funding, local organization donations, long and short-term revenue generating components, to limit the burden on town taxpayers to the extent possible. And based on the information gathered, presented the Board of Selectmen a proposal for the best use of the public space to create a welcoming gathering place for the citizens of Bow. $35,000 was appropriated last year's town meeting for the purpose of hiring an architect engineer for the firm to work with the committee. This article will have a .39 or 39-cent per thousand tax impact.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 8? I think somebody is coming down to the microphone, so we'll give them a chance to get there.
Jeffrey Martineau, 39 Allen Road, Bow, again. Just curious what the $500,000 is going to go for. Last year's was for the architect. Is there anything this is being allocated for, or is it just a reserve fund for the eventual building of the building?
Reserve fund,
Okay.
for depending on what we do with the building.
All right. So is this going to be expected every year to go into this fund, or what's the plan for the building? Could you give us some background?
Anticipated, yes. I will say that, this fire marshal report that came out a while back, we had till 2025 in order to make improvements or have a plan to move forward with the building. And we need money to do, even if we don't do nothing with the current building, we have to have money in order to bring it up to code by 2025. So we have to have money aside. We're trying to be fiscally responsible to set money aside to do that.
Understood. I just didn't know if there was a plan yet in place that we can walk through that, or
No.
is this just putting $500,000 away towards an eventuality?
No, there are some concepts that are being, that we've done with the committee, that we've had some listening sessions. I'm not sure if you've heard about those. And there is a plan on the town, a video on the town website that you can follow through in that listening session.
I'm still back to the bonding item. We haven't bonded anything since 2016, it looks like, and we've got several bonds coming off the record within the next 5 years. It just seems a bit much
I
to put
appreciate that.
40 cents.
I'm proud of the fact that we've appropriately planned since 2016 to not have to bond.
But
I'm not
bonding
saying
can
that,
be-
I'm not suggesting that we'll never have to bond or that that won't happen. But we've been able to appropriately plan for the capital needs of this town for 8 years now. And I think I think we built a phenomenal community center. And I was part of at least three town meetings where we planned on that. And I think it would have been wonderful had we more aggressively saved for that so that we could have paid cash for part of it when we did it. But I think it's incumbent on us as taxpayers who are using these resources, when we know that there are capital investments, whether it's an investment in our old building or a new building or some other location, to have that money put aside so that we're not subject to just borrowing for the future. Thank you.
I appreciate what you're saying, but just to respond to that, bonding can be part of a fiscal plan. Just like borrowing to buy a car for your household can be part of a fiscal plan. We have almost $1 million in bonding coming up by 2029, according to the report, page 34, before somebody asks. I mean, it just, again, we're now at $1.10 between the CIF and this item in property tax for future expenditures, which I fully appreciate. I'm not attacking you guys for fiscal planning. I'm just sharing a different point of view. Like, again, keeping costs down is paramount as well to some degree, especially for fixed income people and lower income in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate them. I don't see anybody else moving toward a microphone, so I think we're ready to take a vote on Article 8. All those in favor of Article 8, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the yes votes have it. The article passes. The next article, Article 9, relative to appropriating a sum to be transferred from the Recreation Revolving Fund to the Community Building Capital Reserve Fund. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 9? I do, Jack? Okay, and a second? I can't see that far. Courtney Beach, sounded like? Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt Article 9, and Select Board Member Poulin has this one as well.
Yeah, this money is being transferred over from our revolving fund. There's no tax impact. This is the proceeds that we're receiving from the rec center purchase. That's not much to say about it.
Okay. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? If not, we can take a vote. All those in favor of Article 9 as appears in the warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? Thank you. The yes votes have it. The article passes. Next article we have on the warrant is Article 10, relative to White Rock Road Falcon Way intersection and traffic improvements. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 10 as it appears in the warrant? Yes, from Mr. Crisp, and Andrew Howard has the second on that one. We're spreading the wealth around here. Thank you. All right, and it looks like this article will be introduced to us by Select Board Member Colby.
Okay, bear with me, depending on which side of Manchester you grew up on. This Dubois and King, or Dubois and King, conducted a study of the intersection shown up there in 2023 to address concerns with traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Both the Board of Selectmen and the school board discussed preferred design options, agreeing on the following. Traffic improvements will include adding a new left turn lane on the Falcon Way approach to improve the flow of traffic into and out of the high school during arrival and departure times. Pedestrian safety improvements include addressing pedestrians walking to and from the school and to the tennis courts. The crosswalk will be realigned and a short piece of sidewalk built on the tennis court side of White Rock Hill Road. There is currently a crosswalk, however, it connects to nothing. Existing pedestrian signage will also be replaced with rectangular rapid flashing beacons at the crosswalk and new pedestrian ahead signage. This project has been a part of the capital improvement plan since 2018 and has been reviewed and recommended by the CIP committee. Monies will come from the Capital Reserve Fund and there will be no additional tax impact.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on this Article 10? I don't see anybody, so I'm happy to take a vote. All those in favor of Article 10, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Raise your cards, please. The yes votes have it. The article passes. Next article on the warrant, Article 11, relative to state bridge aid being deposited in the Bridge and Highway Capital Reserve Fund. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 11? Okay, and a second. Okay. Crispin Buckley on that one. Okay. We have a motion and second for Article 11, and Select Board Member Wayne will introduce this one to us.
Thank you. This article will replace Capital Reserve Fund with state aid received from the Dunkley Road Bridge and intersection project. There is no tax impact associated with this article.
Okay. Anyone wish to be heard on this article? Are you coming down to speak, sir? Or, no. Okay. Not to put you on the spot. I'm sorry. I'm good with it. I'm good. But I don't want to cut anyone off if they're coming to speak. All right. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. So all those in favor of Article 11, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed to Article 11, raise your cards. Okay. The yes votes have it. The article passes. Now we get to the fun stuff. Dump trucks. Article 12, relative to purchase of a dump truck and related equipment. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 12? I have a motion, and who wants to grab the second on that? Steve Buckley got the second again on that. Okay, and Select Board Member Poulin will introduce this to us.
I always get the dump trucks. Chris gets the police cars. I don't want it to be lost, what was said earlier. Rick Wombolt, I don't know if he's here, but he took an old fire truck and made a plow truck out of it. I don't even know how that's possible, but well done, Rick. So what we're doing on this one is replacing a truck that has a max force engine, which has proven to be very unreliable. They've spent $16,457 in repairs over the last 3 years. This is coming out of the Capital Reserve Fund and has no tax impact.
Anyone wish to be heard on this article? I see someone moving. It looks like he's heading toward the mic, so we'll give him a chance to get there.
John Caruso, 155 Hooksett Turnpike in Bow. I'm a little confused, and bear with me here. So will all of the things that you're talking about that have no tax impact because you're taking it from the capital reserve, it does reduce the capital reserve. Am I correct or incorrect? And if I am correct, then raising $950,000, I'm using a round number, is a tax increase. So to keep saying that none of these have a tax impact, to me, is confusing. So could someone address
Sure,
that for me?
great
Thank you.
question. So the money going into the CIP has a tax impact. You know, the Selectwoman Brennan did her presentation for the money going in, and there was a tax impact for that. The money going out doesn't, because it's coming out of savings. And so the reason that in a perfect world, if we could do a CIP flawlessly, you know, if we knew exactly what the replacement for this max force engine was going to be in 18 years, I would be able to chart it all out and have a number that was constant. Year to year, it would be $585,000 and something cents. But because all of those line items have CPI changes that I can't track, or our needs for them either move up a year or down a year, it's not the exact number. But this is our best estimate. So the 500 number is the tax impact. But if you save for 5 years and buy all your trucks at once, you don't want to show that, you know, your tax rate's going like this, and that's what it is.
Now, I understand the reasoning behind it, and I get it. It just feels, I don't know, misleading. But anyway, thank you very much for taking my question.
Thanks.
Okay. There's nobody at this mic, but there's another speaker at this mic. Please identify yourself, sir.
Yep, Brian Beach, 4 Pinecrest Drive. I kind of want to delve into the maintenance piece you brought up earlier. So you said you spent about $18,000 over the course of 3 years. So that's...
To be clear, that's repairs. Those were specific Max Force engine-related repairs. And so we bought, a number of years ago now, what years were those, Tim, that we bought those Max Force engines? Yeah, 11, 12, and 13, we bought international trucks that had what was supposed to be the best new engine, these Max Force diesel engines. It turns out if you run them hard for a bunch of years, they have catastrophic breakdowns. And so we've kept them running, but we've had to repair things that aren't typical. When we talk about these repairs, we're not talking about the gas and oil and tires and painting and welding. We're talking about specific Max Force engine-related repairs.
Right, so you're talking unexpected repairs?
Yes.
Okay. So 18...
We're now starting to expect them because we know that they're not reliable.
Correct.
But yes.
So was it 18 or 16,000? I don't want to get it wrong.
16,457.
16,000 over 3 years. We break that down over each year. It is maintenance, yes. But that 16,000 pales in comparison to 273,000 for a truck, especially whenever you think about 3 years. I guess the question I have is, one, the vehicle that's being replaced with this request, you know, it has a Max Force engine. How much is it to replace the engine under a warranty? Does anyone know?
The warranties are well expired on these trucks. And we're not just saying this truck needed some maintenance and we're getting rid of it. It's at end of life. It's actually end of life plus a couple of years because we put these off. This is one of the ones we put off, right, Tim?
Yeah, Tim, if you could get yourself to a microphone so that not only the people here, but the people online can hear as well, that'd be great.
Hi, Tim Sweeney, Public Works Director. We have 3 of these Max Force engines. This was the first, when they came out with these new, I call it regurgitates its waste engine. They don't work well. They are unreliable in the winter, and when we do have a truck go down, our whole system's in turmoil. We have to reshuffle plow routes. You'll see one storm this year, people were concerned how come their area wasn't plowed. We had 3 trucks down, so it's coordinating guys to say, hey, main lines only first, get those taken care of. Once we get caught up, we can get to it. But yeah, these engines are very troublesome and unreliable.
Okay, and what are you replacing it with?
We're going to go out to bid. Our newest truck we got was a 10-wheeler, it was a Freightliner, and it's done us well. We have a Kenworth that's done us well. It'll all depend on price tag and our recommendation from our fleet manager, Rick Wambolt, to the board when we weigh it out. We're not very happy with the international trucks. The state has had troubles with them, and we were kind of veering away from that. At one time, they made a very wonderful truck. In fact, we have a 2004 International that we have hung on to. I was the one that got the pleasure to pick it up when it was brand new, and it's old reliable. It's not the emissions engines that they're all running now, but we can start that up and run it and get the job done for you folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have a voter at this mic.
Hi, Dan Snodgrass, 103 Brown Hill. Just to speak to the guy sitting down, those Max Force, they suck. They are absolute trash. I've been a fleet mechanic for a number of years. They're junk. 100,000 miles, out. That's all. Coming.
Yeah, that's right. Even I'm laughing at that, okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard? I don't see anyone coming to the mic, so let's take a vote on Article 12. All those in favor, please raise your voter cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, please raise your cards. All right, the yes votes have it. The article passes. Next article, Article 13, relative to purchase of a backhoe. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 13? Yes. Mr. Crisp and Mr. Buckley have our two motion and second. And it looks like this article will be introduced by Selectman Wayne.
Thank you. So the current backhoe has 1,600 hours on it and has extensive wear in many areas. This backhoe is one of the backbone. 16,000, I'm sorry. 1,600 hours. 6,000 hours. I have been corrected. So this piece of equipment is one of the backbones of the DPW. It's on the road almost every day, doing something around town, and it needs to be replaced for a reliability issue. Like I said, this is one of the backbone pieces of the DPW.
Okay, does anyone wish to be heard?
I'm sorry, there's no tax impact associated with this.
Okay, anyone wish to be heard on Article 13? Looks like we may have a voter at this microphone. I'll recognize him first.
Yes, Mary Johnson, 110 Knox Road. I worked on these things all my life. 6,000 hours, if that's the accurate hours. I've heard three different. Is 6,000 accurate? The life expectancy of a load of backhoe is 10,000 hours. And the other question I have is the cost of $165,400. Is that with or without trade?
That will be with trade, and whatever funds we don't spend will go back to the town.
I
Just for
didn't hear
people who
that.
want to hear that, Tim Sweeney, DPW Director, said his estimation of $185,400 is taking into account our projected trade on the used machine. Any authorized funds that aren't expended on this machine will be returned. It will actually stay in the CIP.
Well, that load of backhoe goes by my house pretty near every day, and it still looks pretty new to me. We also bought a mini excavator not long ago, which has taken a lot of the pressure off the loader backhoe. I just don't think it's ready to be replaced with only 6,000 hours on it. That's not a lot of hours for heavy equipment.
Thank you for your comments. Does anyone else wish to speak? I don't see anyone, so I'm happy to take a vote on this article. All those in favor of Article 13, please raise your voter cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your cards. All right, the yes votes have it. The article passes. Next, Article 14, relative to new HVAC system for the Department of Public Works facility. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 14? Yes. Okay, and a second? Okay, Anthony Foote had the second. Okay, and this article will be introduced to us by Select Board Member Brennan.
Thank you. This article is for replacing the HVAC system at the Public Works facility. You know, the DPW guys that do such a great job, they need a new HVAC system. That's what this is for. This replaces 2 original shop heaters as well as the entire ventilation system, and it will help provide a healthier environment for the DPW to make sure they're not breathing in toxic fumes that could lead to cancer, which we want to take care of our DPW. So we want to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 14? If not, happy to go to a vote. All those in favor of Article 14, please raise your cards. Thank you so much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. The yes votes have it. The article passes. Okay, Article 15 is our next article relative to the purchase of a command vehicle for the fire department. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 15? Yeah. Yeah, Jack and... You folks are keeping me honest here tonight, aren't you? All I have to do is press the arrow forward, too, you know. But thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. So we did have a motion and a second by Anthony Foote. Did you get a second already? Yep. Okay. So we have a motion and second on Article 15, and this will be introduced to us by Select Board Member Poulin.
Yeah, I want to take a moment and welcome our new fire chief. If you haven't met him, Dennis Cuomo, has just been awarded that position, so welcome, Dennis. This will be replacing our 2012 Chevy Tahoe command vehicle. The command vehicle contains communications equipment and is used to manage fire scenes. There is no tax impact.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak on Article 15? Yes. It looks like we have someone. Yes.
Hi, Shannon Bader, 25 Heidi Lane. This isn't necessarily about the truck. I just want to say this publicly so we can get it on the record. My family was one of the people who needed to use EMS this year, and we really appreciate all the services of EMS to Bo. I'm a little concerned about staffing, though. So I know that this is a large amount of money for a vehicle, and if we need it, we need it. Happy to pay for it. But I think we also need to be starting to think about the growing number of folks in Bo who need EMS services and whether or not our staffing is sufficient. We had great response time, and I'm really grateful for that. But I have been talking to folks, and I'm worried that we live actually also around the corner from the safety center. So I'm not convinced that our needs are going to be met in the long term with our current staffing levels from EMS. So again, I'm happy to buy a vehicle. I just want to make sure we're thinking about budget in the future to ensure that our needs are met in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else, so we will move to a vote. Article 15, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay. Article passes by cards. We're about halfway there, folks. Let's keep it up. Article 16, relative to the purchase of Jaws of Life equipment. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 16? Yes. There we go. All right. Next thing you know, Madrula's going to be up here making sure I do it. So did you get a second? Okay, Anthony Foote. Okay. So we have a motion and second for Article 16, and Select Board Member Poulin, you got the Honors again.
I get all the cool equipment.
Yep.
The current extraction equipment is 19 to 24 years old. It has a gas-motored hydraulic pump and multi-unit equipment. Technology has changed. This new equipment will be a battery-operated, single-unit type equipment. Again, no tax impact.
Okay. Anyone wish to be heard on Article 16? I don't see anyone. Let's do it. All those in favor of 16, raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your cards. Yes votes have it. The article passes. Article 17 relates to municipal building Phase 3 renovations. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 17 as it appears? Yes, Mr. Crisp, and a second, Mr. Foote. So we have a motion and second, and this article will be introduced by Select Board Member Brennan.
Thank you. Article 17 is the Phase 3 municipal building renovation. This project will utilize existing basement space to better secure the server room. Additional secure storage for town records will be built. The walls will be 1 hour fire rated. The town clerk has reported that the existing record storage vault is full. This also includes installation of 4 replacement AC units with AC heat units and new heat controls and balancing valves for the hot water heat system and relocation of certain thermostats. This came to the CIP committee at a much greater amount than what you see here, and we were able to bring it down to this $85,100. This has no tax impact because it comes from the Capital Reserve Fund.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on Article 17? I don't see anyone, so let's take a vote. All those in favor of Article 17 as it appears, thank you very much. And all those opposed, please raise your cards. Okay. Yes votes have it. The article passes. All right, next article is Article 18, relative to the purchase of a forestry truck for the fire department. Do I have a motion to adopt Articles 18? Yes? Yeah. Jack and Anthony. Yep. I have a motion and second to adopt Article 18, and Select Board Member Colby will introduce this one to us.
It's my turn for a cool piece of equipment. The new truck will be replacing a 2004 forestry truck. It's approximately 10 years beyond its expected lifespan. It will be a 1-ton 4-door 4x4 with a custom 400-gallon water tank. Funds were included in the 2023-24 budget. However, the lowest bid came in at $79,400 over the initial appropriation. This vehicle is relied upon to report to all forestry fires, trail and forest rescues, as well as river rescues. Due to its smaller size, the forestry truck enables first responders to access emergencies in tight spaces, such as on Class 6 roads, along the railroad tracks, and at the brush dump. This vehicle is also utilized to transport rescue personnel and equipment to scenes, such as the boat for water rescue, as well as ATVs. This project has been a part of the capital improvement plan since 2020 and has been reviewed and recommended by the CIP committee. Monies will come from the Capital Reserve Fund and no additional tax impact.
All right, does anyone wish to speak on Article 18? Looks like we may have a speaker here. Yes, sir?
Tom Tramarco, 17-page Road and Bow. Just one question. I had talked before about RFPs. When we buy vehicles like this, $75,000, $100,000, do we also look at neighboring communities like Concord and the larger fire departments on what they purchased and their costs? I mean, if we're buying the Captain $100,000 vehicle and we find that the Concord bought theirs for $75,000, but we just blatantly put an RFP out without asking our neighboring communities what their purchases are, and or do we piggyback off of them? Hey, we need one truck, you need one truck. We'll buy them together, we can reduce our costs. By the look on your face, the answer is no, but.
I think the answer to that, it depends. So for some of the trucks that are very specific, I think that would be difficult to do. For the run-of-the-mill trucks, we sometimes can take advantage of the state bidding, that's right.
I'm talking about the fire trucks that are pretty much all the same across the country. Concord would have the same vehicles that Bow would have? I mean, a forestry truck in Concord or in upstate New Hampshire would probably be the same forestry truck we would buy here.
To be honest with you, when we've reviewed responses to our request for proposals on trucks, I have not seen a comparison to what Concord paid for its truck. What we do look at is the detailed specs that we gave to the bidders and their responses, whether they can meet the spec or not. But that's something that I hadn't considered before, and we will add that to the request for information when we see bids this year.
I mean, because I can imagine Concord buys a lot more vehicles than Bow does, so they might be a little bit more aware of where to
It's a
go.
good recommendation. I'll bring it.
All right,
They're
thank
here.
you.
They heard you. Thank you.
It looks like we have a gentleman at this microphone.
Yep, Brian Beach, 4 Pinecrest Drive. My question kind of falls in line similar to what he was talking about, but, and it applies to any vehicle we're buying, specifically forestry truck and the fire department's command vehicle. Now, the current vehicles are outfitted, right, with equipment. Is this request for a new vehicle and brand-new equipment? Or is there some bleed over of the old equipment coming over to save the taxpayers money?
It depends. And so there are years where we're able to roll over, cruisers are the one that we are most likely able to do that with, because if we're rolling over from same model year to same style, same iteration, we're able to do that. And there have been a number of years we've saved in upfit costs because we're able to use parts of it for the next vehicle. And then sometimes you can't. Sometimes the technology changes or pumping changes, and so there are.
So specifically, are these brand-new vehicles fully outfitted with new equipment, or is there going to be any crossover?
I assume it will be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, it will be a bid for a powerhead truck and a bid from number of people who will do the upfit. And so we will actually see 2 separate bids. We'll see the vehicle bid, and we'll see an upfit bid. And some of those will come as a combined package, and some of them will come separate, and we'll decide what the best deal is for that.
Okay. And it looks like we have a voter at this microphone.
Hi, I'm Karen Rabideau from 40 Stone Sled Lane. This is a different take on a forestry truck. We moved back here to New Hampshire from Washington State. We lived up in the Cascades for the past 30 years. And our fire departments have a pumper truck with, they tow water. So the pumper truck stays at the scene, and then they, instead of rotating the pumper truck out, they keep rotating trailers in with more water when things aren't available. So I sit here and look at this and say, that's tiny. So not all fire, combinations for buying equipment and how to deal with what your fires are is the same. So, and all of the trucks are unique, and you kind of have all your different things. So, yeah, good luck. This looks like it'll do the job for what you stated.
Thank you. That's a great point.
Thank you for your comment. I don't see anybody else at the mic, so I'm ready to go to a vote on Article 18. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the yes votes have it. The article passes. The next article we have is an article for the purchase of 2 cots for the ambulance cots for the fire department. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 19? I have a motion and I have a second. Thank you, Anthony. And this article will be introduced to us by Select Board Member Brennan.
Thank you. This is for the purchase of 2 Stryker ambulance cots. These are used to lift patients to the loading height of the ambulance. The current power cots have an end of service life in 2023, and the town will realize a savings of $41,179 by purchasing the 2 cots at the same time. The town will also be receiving a trade-in credit of $5,000. This has no tax impact, and I will just add, having been to the fire department and seen the cots in action and what it takes to lift the cots that we currently have, it's a lot, and these cots will make it better for our fire department and EMS. Thank you.
Okay. Article 19, anyone wish to speak on it? Yeah, it looks like we probably have someone going to a mic over here. I'll recognize you, sir.
Hi, Judson Malone, 7 Oddly Divide. I just want to say thank you for those additional details. That clarifies a lot of questions about a big expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, let's put the matter to a vote. Article 19, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the article passes by cards. Next article, Article 20, relative to revaluation in the town. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 20? There you go. We have a motion and a second, Jack and Anthony. So we have a motion and second to adopt Article 20, and Select Board Member Nikolopoulos will introduce this to us.
Thank you, Peter. So this is our required every 5-year reevaluation. And so the town of Bow takes an approach where we work on updating our records in the 4 off years, and in the 5th year, we do the total reevaluation. And so this $71,500 will cover the cost of having our contract assessors go out to the properties, offer to meet with people, redo all the calculations of the property. We were provided a summary by our town assessor a couple of months ago, and she warned or foreshadowed that the average house in Bow is currently under-assessed by 40%. And so she said that the average assessment's 400, and the market for those is 732. And so obviously there'll be a lot of shock when we see our new assessments next year, but there will be obviously a commensurate reduction in tax rates as that gets settled out.
Okay. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 20? I don't see anyone, so let's take a vote. All those in favor of adoption of Article 20, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? The yes votes have it. The article passes by cards. Next, we have Article 21, relative to the purchase of a K-9 police cruiser for the police department. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 20? Yes, Jack, and you want the second, Anthony, again? You got it, okay. Yep, that's right, help me move forward. Select Board Member Nikolopoulos gets this one too.
Perfect, yeah. So this year we had 2 police cruisers in our budget to replace. One is in the typical budget like we have every year, and the second one was this dedicated K-9 police cruiser. I know the question that's first going to be asked. Chris, what if we don't get another dog? I understand the dog was transferred last week. And the answer to that question is whether we have a dog or not, and this is either a dedicated police cruiser or a fleet police cruiser, we have 2 cruisers that are up. And though I suspect that after we have our public hearing, there will be some direction for the Board of Selectmen about which direction to go for the replacement dog. But either way, it is our belief that we still need 2 new cruisers for the next budget year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak on Article 21? Looks like we have a voter over here.
Yep, Brian Beach, 4 Pinecrest Drive. So I got a question here, and you kind of hit on it. You said either way, whether the department pursues the K-9, because we currently don't have one, even though this article stipulates a K-9 police cruiser, so a little confused there. Maybe it just needs to say police cruiser. The $60,800, would that dollar amount be the same if it was not a K-9 cruiser?
I suspect, based on experience, it would be near the same, though it would be slightly the spec is different that we put in them.
Right, the cage, the holding capacity, the door pops, the whole 9 that let
Yeah.
the dog out. Yep.
But it's close to the cost that we're incurring for other cruisers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just for those that don't know, we recently lost our committed companion for our K-9 cruiser, Horace. And when the officer left, there was a possibility that Boris would go with him. Ultimately, that didn't happen. The town moved quickly to try to find another match for a police officer in town that was prepared to be trained and to be matched for the life of the dog with Boris, and that fell through. So we were sitting in a spot where we knew that Boris was going to have to be, at a minimum, kenneled for 3 months, and it was probably going to be closer to 5 months. Another community offered to take Boris. They were ready to match theirs with an officer, and so he started training with that new team already. And the police department came to the board last week and asked us to commit to buying a new dog. And they wanted this to be a kinder, gentler Boris, one that would be trained for tracking, but also for kind of community involvement. We asked them to hold off on that so we could have public hearings in the coming months and get direction from what people expected of this commitment. And so the Board of Selectmen will endeavor to do that after we get things going. Okay. But does it have the canine on or not? Well, but if this canine is here, does it have to be canine too? Council is recommending that someone make an amendment to remove the term canine so that in
I
case.
so make an amendment for that, please. I was just going to ask that. Can we just move to amend the article to say a police cruiser instead of a canine?
So the motion is to amend the title to
Yep.
PD cruiser replacement and to remove the word canine in the second line.
Yeah, typically, the titles of articles aren't part of the articles
Okay.
themselves, and so, as I understand it, it's a motion to remove the, K-9 from this article.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with the process.
Yep, that's all right.
So, it's also in the warrant as well, so to remove the reference to K-9 in the warrant and the title would be my motion.
That's fine. And that is certainly in order. While we're discussing an article, a motion to amend is appropriately made. And for those of you who may be new at this, what it means, we'll take up the motion to amend, act on the motion to amend. Depending on how that motion proceeds, then we'll go ahead and vote on the original article, whether it's amended or not. So what we have before us right now is a motion. Now, I know you made the motion. Was there a second out there, and did it get recorded? Okay, Anthony, put Anthony's foot down for the second. So we do have a motion and a second to amend by deleting the references K-9 to from both the title and the text of the article. Anybody else wish to be heard on the motion to amend? It looks like we have someone, so I'll wait.
Meredith Kropp, 21 Jonathan Lane. If we amend it to say just a police cruiser and it's decided that a K-9 cruiser is needed, will the town be able to buy a K-9?
Yes. Council already told me yes.
Anyone else? Okay, so the first vote we're going to take is the motion to amend. Normally, I would have somebody busily typing up here and editing what you're seeing on the screen, but I think this one is simple enough. Where you see the K-9 in the two places would be removed. If you want to remove those references, you vote yes. If you don't want to remove those references, you vote no. So all those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your cards. All right, the motion to amend passes. So the article has been amended, and so now we have before us consideration of Article 21 as amended without those references. So hold your fingers up and cover them up as you look at the screen. Does anyone else wish to speak on Article 21 as amended? If not, we can take a vote. All those in favor of adopting Article 21 as amended, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, the article passes by card vote. Okay. Next, we move on to Article 22. relative to purchase of a pickup truck for the Department of Public Works. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 22? Yes, Jack, and second, Andy. Okay. So we have a motion and second, and I guess keeping in, him having all the toys, Select Board Member Poulin gets to introduce this one.
So we asked the town manager, and I thank Tanya and David for giving us notes for these things. My only note on this, it says extensive rust, or rusting. I think of Mater in the movie Cars, so that's all I have to tell you about that. So there is no tax impact.
Does anyone wish to speak on this Article 22? If not, let's take a vote. All those in favor of Article 22, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? The yes votes have it. The article passes. Now we're getting to the fun stuff. All right. Article 23, relative to the purchase of a gang mower for the Department of Public Works. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 23? Yes, Jack. Okay. And a second from Andy. Okay. All right, we have a motion and second on Article 23, and Selectman Wayne will introduce this to us. With a microphone, please.
You're failing.
I have failed.
Thank you, Jack. This article will replace a 2003 Walker riding mower, which has a 4-foot deck. The replacement will be a 9-foot riding zero-turn mower, 8-foot deck or riding mower. And since we've improved the conditions of the fields by irrigation and DPW doing an excellent job of maintaining those fields, they need to be cut more. With a wider mower, it's more efficient. You can spend less time cutting grass so they can move on to the next field. So there's no tax impact associated with this article.
Anyone wish to speak on Article 23? Relative to the gang mower. What a great name. I don't see anyone, so let's move to vote. All those in favor of Article 3, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? All right, the yes votes have it. The article passes. All right, next article, Article 24, relates to reconstruction of the Gosling Field parking lot. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 24? Yes, I got my usual suspects doing my motion in second. Thank you very much. And this article will be introduced by Select Board Member Nikolakopoulos again. Got a few extra syllables in there. Sorry, Chris. But whatever.
You're doing better than last year. We're 24 articles in. I just realized that I got all the boring ones. So this is $23,900 to reconstruct Gosling Field parking lot. This money is going to come out of the Recreational Improvement Capital Reserve Fund. That's about it. I'm not saying that.
Anyone wish to speak on Article 24? I see somebody moving. I wait to see if he's moving toward the mic. It looks like, yes, I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Mike Averton, 38 Alban Road. Just a quick question. What do we envision that reconstruction is going to include?
I believe it's to repaving the parking lot, but I've got Tim coming down, so I'll let him speak for me.
Yes, that is the parking lot by the new pavilion, and that was built years ago, long before I was here, and it was bank run gravel, so there's multiple rocks bulging up. So we plan on peeling the asphalt off of it and replacing it with crushed gravel that we have at our Allen Road pit, a foot of crushed gravel, and then repaving it, so it'll last for many moons.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone else going to the mic, so Article 24, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. The yes votes have it. The article passes. Our next article relates to authorization for the Board of Selectmen to lease a portion of town land for a solar project. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 25? Yes, and a second? I have a motion and second relative to Article 25, and Select Board Member Brennan will introduce this one to us.
Thank you. This article and the next one are part of a solar project that the Energy Committee has evaluated through an RFP process in coordination with town departments like DPW. This particular article is about the closed landfill site, which is near the school. You drove past it. The site has been capped and lined. There will be no lighting at the area. This does not affect any existing drainage. This is a short installation period, and that's only if you pass it. This is for authorizing the Select Board to engage in good faith negotiations with Kearsarge to determine if this is in the best interest of the town and authorizing us to proceed with a lease agreement. That is all you are agreeing to, allowing us to proceed with contract negotiations. Thank you. And just to be clear, there is no cost to this project. You don't pay for this. Kearsarge pays for this. And that is the company that was selected through a formal RFP process. So this is no cost. This is a revenue-generating project. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on Article 25? Looks like somebody is moving to the microphone over there, so we'll wait 1 minute.
Rita Davis, 37 Evangeline Drive.
You can tilt a mic down if you want.
My question is, if I want to know, does anybody know the area that this is going to take as far as the dimensions of it? Are any trees going to be cut down? And you mentioned the lighting. And is the landfill going to be cut down to straighten it out to put the field on there?
No, it will not. There will be nothing cut down. Panels would just go on top of the existing land that's there. It does not need to be flattened. Trees do not need to be cut down. There will not be lights in the area. Just goes right on top.
Okay, if I want more information on this, can I get it from the company?
Yes, and well, really, the Energy Committee has done a full evaluation on it, and they have more information that they may be able to provide for you. And again, this is to authorize the Select Board to engage in contract negotiations. And so the size may not, that we have estimated right now, may not be the exact parameters, but this is the site.
Okay.
And the other thing I would add to that is if this does pass tonight, there will be a negotiation with the Board of Selectmen, so you'll have time to bring concerns that you might want us to consider to the board. And so if this passes, I would encourage you to meet with the Energy Committee and then to bring other concerns to us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It looks like we have another voter at this microphone.
Yep, Brian Beach, 4 Pinecrest Drive, sorry. Been up here a couple times. So I appreciate the board's work on this. I'm in favor of revenue-generating projects like this and the Bow Rec one that occurred last year, the year prior. My only question would be, or I would have liked to have seen probably some type of projected revenue maybe from this endeavor. I think that would have helped kind of sway me more in that direction, just because this is authorizing you in that location to basically enter negotiations and, from what I interpret, to execute the agreement without any kind of town input. The board can execute at least. That's what I'm interpreting this as.
So all that exists at present is a letter of intent, naturally contingent upon the vote tonight.
So the full amount of the revenue, the size of the facility, the location still needs to be negotiated. I know that when Kearsarge was working with the Energy Committee, they had provided and this again, this isn't a final number, it's still subject to negotiation, a figure of $13,000 annually per megawatt in lease revenues, with an additional amount in taxes, because renewable energy facilities such as this typically qualify and need a pilot agreement in order to get necessary funding and potentially what they call interconnect or enter into the interconnection queue. There's also additional tax revenues that would be worked out by and through a payment in lieu of tax agreement.
Okay.
So that's a long-winded way of saying there's a lot that still needs to be worked out and negotiated in terms of size, location, and the exact amount that would be paid for leases, for the lease revenue.
Okay, and my last question would be, this is leased equipment, so I'm assuming that if a deal goes forward with Kearsarge Solar, they put in this large solar farm, so to speak, they own the equipment, they're responsible for removal at the end. And I only say that because I know that solar companies do come and go. And hypothetically, if Kearsarge were to come to some demise, what does that look like for our point of view?
So as part of the negotiation of the letter of intent, and this would again be spelled out in greater detail in a final lease agreement, they did have to commit to provide a decommissioning bond because the town has that exact concern.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have a voter at this microphone. I'll recognize him.
Hi, Anthony, Foot 3 Logging Hill Road. I was driving down Old Turnpike Road the other day and noticed that Concord's old transfer station, which is very similar to ours out here, didn't have a solar array on it. And then also Manchester, if you go down Coke Bottle intersection, the big dump there, no solar on that. I'm just curious, is there a reason why they don't put solar arrays on old dump sites, or is there a reason why we picked this particular one?
I think, in fact, Manchester does have one
Yes.
on 293. There's a giant one, a 5-megawatt one, I believe, on the side of the highway there.
And I think it's important to remember that the landfill site cannot be used for anything. And here is an opportunity to generate revenue on land that we can't touch otherwise. So it's a real opportunity for us to bring in some money and to contribute to,
Well, my concern was if something were to go, say we had a leak or had to go and repair the site and have to dig up the site to fix it, and now we have solar array on top of it, is that going to be a concern, and how's that going to get covered?
The site is completely capped, and it's important to know that Kearsarge would have all liability. This project has no impact on our taxes. We pay nothing. They pay us. They would do all of the maintenance. They would do the decommissioning. We get to sit back and just collect the checks.
Right, if we have a leaching problem in the Turry Pond because the dump is, a hole comes in the rubber for some reason, is Kearsarge going to cover the cost to dig up the site? Or are we going to have to cover the cost to remove the panels and then, if there was a repair required?
So there is going to be an obligation for indemnification associated with if there is any disturbance at the site. So with a capped landfill, there's going to have to be coordination with DES, because DES doesn't just allow anybody to put anything on top of a capped landfill, and you want to make sure you don't penetrate the cap itself and allow for water to intrude. So there's going to be coordination with DES. There's not going to be foundations or anything like that. These things sit on top of the soil with minimal anchoring. Concrete blocks. And so, but there is an indemnification obligation. There would be an indemnification obligation in the final lease that if there were some form of negligent construction, such that there is now a disruption of the soil cap and now further leaching into the soil of contaminants or migration of contaminants, that they would be responsible for that. And there is also a further obligation for them to provide insurance as well.
Could I just quickly add, this is Alex from Kearsarge Energy. We're located locally, and we've installed upwards of 16, 17 projects on landfills. That's our expertise. We've worked very closely with New Hampshire DES. We installed the first landfill solar array on the Manchester landfill off Dunbarton Road.
And it's funny you bring up the Concord landfill, as we're developing that at the moment. It's in progress with the Unitil, so that's under development at the moment.
Hi, Judson Malone, 7 Audley Divide. Collecting the checks, I like that. Where do those checks go?
They'll be revenue to the town. And so when you look at our budget, you'll see at the back of the budget, there's a whole bunch of revenue items. And so it will, like all the other revenue items, it'll be accounted for there. And ultimately, we'll offset whatever future spending is authorized. It'll offset what we need tax rate for.
And so the lease is based off the amount of power generated from the panels? Is that the plan?
It's the size, so it's the nameplate megawatt capacity of the facility, as opposed to being tied to the energy generated, actually.
Okay, so as those panels degrade over time, we're tied to the nameplate on there, not to the actual performance of them?
At present, again, the
Okay.
terms still need to be negotiated, but as envisioned and as was discussed with the Energy Committee when they were discussing this with Kearsarge, it was on the basis of nameplate capacity.
Very good, thank you. I guess last question is, this article was verbally presented as authorization for you to discuss it further with Kearsarge, but it looks like we're authorizing the go-ahead fully. That's maybe a little clarification.
Yeah,
on that.
it is not mandating that the Board of Selectmen enter into a lease with Kearsarge. And I think it's important to understand that you're giving authority to the Board of Selectmen to do it, but we will enter into a negotiation for all of these terms that Eric outlined and others, and make sure that we get terms that are appropriate for the town. The Board of Selectmen will then make a decision about whether or not the terms that they're offering and the protections that they're offering and the bonding that they're offering and the rate that they're offering and ultimately the pilot that they're offering are all appropriate for our expectations. If it is not the best deal for the town, then we would not enter into a contract, a lease with them.
And do the voters get an opportunity to weigh in on whether that is good for the town?
No.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate the honesty, that's what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we have a speaker at this
Jeff
microphone.
Martineau, 39 Allen Road, Bow. Again, first question I had, I actually have two. The first is, with this power, is there an opportunity for us to enter into some sort of community power arrangement where we get reduced supply rates as a community, or is that not an option, or is it still being negotiated?
That's still being negotiated. What you're referencing is a power purchase agreement of some kind, and so that is a matter of, and an open point for discussion with Kearsarge.
But it is an option, is that correct?
Correct.
Like, it could potentially be an option of this arrangement.
Correct.
Okay. My next question is, what impact, if any, would it have if I introduced a motion to amend and remove the approval to execute the agreement as well from this? Would that adversely impact your negotiation power and put us in a weaker position, or would that not?
Significantly.
Is that a joke?
No.
We need to be able to enter into the agreement.
So, but again, back to what the gentleman just asked, and I think it's been asked by a couple of people, because it was presented as not providing, you're not going to enter a lease agreement, but in fact, what you're saying is, in order to have strength in your negotiations, you have to be able to enter into a lease agreement. And it says up there that we're giving you that authority, which then means we don't have a chance to vote on whatever the terms are. So, no, it was not a joke. It was a sincere
I'm sorry,
question.
maybe I misunderstood the question, I apologize.
So
If I put forth a motion to remove the authority from the verbiage from this article to allow you to proceed with executing the agreement without coming back to the voters, what impact does that have on your position to negotiate?
it has a significant
Okay.
adverse impact on the viability of the project, because in order for Kearsarge to be able to move forward, they have to enter the interconnection queue with the electrical regulators. And so in order to do that, they need to be able to present to the electrical regulators that they have the ability to, in the very short term, be able to enter into a lease and commence construction. However, if you remove and amend the article as you suggested, what it does is it means that the select board really doesn't get any authority other than what it already has.
Which is to have a conversation.
Which is to have the conversation. Then it would have to go and be represented next year to the town meeting, significantly delaying the project. Because right now, Bow isn't unique in terms of solar energy proposals. A lot of other municipalities in the state are facing the same amount, but what the energy regulators don't want is a deluge of new capacity, energy capacity entering the market at the same, all at once. So they're not going to allow every single project to move forward. So you got to get your name in there in the queue. And so if the select board doesn't have that authorization, there's no prospect of being able to enter into a lease.
And I appreciate you going into that detail for us because there are several more articles. And Chris, I asked that question specifically because I wanted to go through the detail of why that execution authority has to be in these articles. So we're not, because there's a lot of concern about the fact that we're basically giving you a blank check to negotiate. But that's why, and I wanted it verbalized for everybody in the room.
And I think that, I said joke, but I think you were trying to force us to articulate that.
Yes, because.
Not whether or not removing that authority would move this forward.
100%. And no disrespect to Ms. Brennan, but when you presented the article, you explicitly said you wouldn't enter into a lease agreement. Whether you intended to or not, that was stated. That's why there were a lot of questions about it. So that's why I was going down this path. Because we effectively neuter, for lack of a better term, the select board if we take that out.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I see a voter over here who wishes to speak.
Tom O'Donovan from 20 South Bow, Dunbarton Road. Formerly of DES, where I had the role of helping develop and implement the rules governing solar farms on landfills. And currently of the Bow Drinking Water Protection Committee, I'm the chair, where we've worked with the other committees, the Energy Committee, to ensure that these concerns about putting a solar farm on a landfill are addressed. So I want to underscore just how powerful the committee structure we use is. We put a bunch of very smart people together on the Energy Committee, and we have the other committees take a look at their work to make sure that they put those in correctly. In fact, Carrie Mackinnon, our Community Development Director, also understands that we can't allow structures to puncture through that landfill cap, and we can't allow drainage coming off of those solar farms under heavy rainstorms to erode that cap. The interior containment of that landfill has to be protected, and that is built into the considerations for this project.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on Article 25? Looks like we have a speaker over here. Yes.
Hi, Denise O'Donovan, 20 South Bow, Dunbarton Road. I live with him. Anyway, I just want to say that the idea that voters have no further input than voting yes on this is incorrect, because all of the meetings that all the committees have are all public, including the select board. So anyone can go and express their concerns to see how things are going at any point in time. So.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Peter. One last question. Andy Foote again.
Sure.
I was asking, was there an actual return on the investment? How much do we, does Andy Foote get back on his tax bill if we put these in? I don't know what's the return. I know if you're going to make a decision, maybe we can get that out tonight so it makes more sense.
I think the basic calculation is any $11,000 of revenue that comes into the town offsets about penny on tax rate, right, David? So that, any income that comes in is basically, you think expense out or income in, $11,000 would equal a penny on tax rate.
Did you say $11,000? That's all we get?
No, I'm telling you the calculation is for every expenditure of the town makes of 11,000 or any income that comes in, it offsets the tax rate about a cent. So that's the calculation when you're figuring out what income turns into tax rate or what expense turns into tax rate, not on what this deal is going to generate.
So what's the return on this investment for the town?
Well, I think this is a $0 investment for the town.
No, I didn't ask that. I'm not asking about how much you're spending. How much is it going to make us?
Well, I
If
don't
we're putting
know.
in solar arrays, I'm assuming we're going to make something back on it.
I think you can tell them what's in the LOI.
It's not the town expending the monies for
No,
the
no,
solar array.
I understand that.
So it's taking land that presently isn't being
Right.
utilized.
Right.
And so the return on investment, there's no investment on the part of the town because the cost is being incurred by Kearsarge.
I'd agree, in this case, the town dump is not gonna be an issue, but if we're putting on top of the next article is gonna be on top of natural resources, we can't access them. And then assuming we put in a power array to recoup some money or make some money. That's why I was gonna put it on my house until they said you couldn't go over 20% over what you have for power demand on the house. So are we gonna be paid for our power, and is that gonna go into the town's, how much is, I guess that's what, maybe I'm saying it the wrong way?
Those are all terms that still need to be negotiated.
Do you have an estimate?
I don't, because if you seek an additional amount out of the lease rate, it may impact what power purchase options and packages you have available to you from the energy generated. So there's a lot of different moving parts here, so it's hard to package it and say this is the definitive amount. All this still needs to be negotiated.
So we don't know. Does Kearsarge have any idea what other similar sites put out?
I guess here's a good chance for me to interject. I didn't catch this gentleman earlier. He is not a resident. So
I'm not.
Typically, we don't allow non-residents to speak, but if the room would like to hear from him to help to answer that question, it's at the discretion of the room. And so my inclination is to let him speak because I think it'll help you folks be informed, but you can obviously overrule me and tell me that he can't speak. So if someone wants to take a point of order and overrule me, fine. Otherwise, I'll let the gentleman from Kearsarge answer the question.
Yeah, so the way we like to structure our contracts in terms of power purchase agreements, it's a virtual net metering agreement, which means each project produces X amount of kilowatt hours, which are exported to the utility grid, and the town uses approximately 3 million kilowatt hours a year. So we would target that volume and allocate the town a fixed discount off the net metering rate. Now in New Hampshire, the net metering rate is based off the default supply rate, which hovers around 9, 10, 11 cents. What's really important is that we're giving a fixed % discount. So no matter what the rate is, no matter if it goes up or down, it's a fixed discount, meaning that they'll always save a percentage of that. The town will always save money on electricity because they're paying less per kilowatt hour than they would if they were on the default supply rate. And that's what that's getting at.
Thank you. Have we exhausted the comments and questions? Oh, not quite.
Sorry, I'll be brief. Nick Lyden, 19 Knox Road. I just wanted to speak really quick. I never worked for Kearsarge, but I was a subcontractor to Kearsarge over at the Manchester dump site. So anyone with concerns about the landfill site, we were constantly monitored by an independent group that would survey, make sure that we weren't disturbing the cap too much. This isn't an out-of-state, fly-by-night company. They've done a lot of work in New Hampshire and Maine. They've continued to expand their portfolio here. And I just want to express my belief that they will continue to negotiate with us in good faith and that they're a reputable company.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on Article 25? It looks like we have a voter here, yes.
Yes, just something quick. Deb Campilia, 9 Evangeline Drive. I'm all for solar, wind, renewable energies, so I applaud that. But so I want to ensure is, since we don't know too exact things, will this be altering any of the land, the landfill itself, or the abutting landscape, trees, excavating, or is it just going to keep it just like it is? This just goes on the top of what it is.
It just goes on top.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Article 26, 5. Don't get ahead of myself here, huh? Yeah. I think we're done with the discussion, so we will go right to a vote. Article 25 on the solar project. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the yes votes have it. It passes. All right, our next article is 26, relative to a potential solar project on leased land, town land on Allen Road. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 26? I do. And a second. And there we go. So we have a motion and second on Article 26, and Select Board Member Brennan gets this one again.
This is another component of the solar project. This is on Allen Road, gravel pit, a section of that cannot be excavated any further than it already has been. This would have no impact on any trails. The site has been evaluated not only by our Energy Committee, but by DPW, the Conservation Commission, and it's been reviewed multiple times to make sure that, we won't be having an impact on our conservation land, our trails, or the gravel that's there, or the vulnerable aquifer that lies just beneath the surface. And Mr. Moderator, we will need an amendment to this.
That's right.
For the parcel numbers.
Right, I got that. Do you want-
Thank you.
We'll take care of that right now. Folks will be patient for just a minute. This is an amendment the Select Board identified as needing to be taken care of, and so we'll. Yep. That one, 339, 269, yep. Okay. All right. So we put it up there before you've made your motion. But, oops. That's all right. So I'm ready to accept your motion to amend Article 26 to read as shown on the screen by correcting the parcel numbers from what were shown in the warrant. And can you verify, you've got the monitor up there that you can look at, make sure that we got it right?
Yes, it looks like the numbers are correct now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there were two typos in the parcel numbers. They've been corrected. So the first motion we need to deal with is a motion to amend the article to include the correct parcel number. So we have a motion and second to adopt that, those changes. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment to clean up the parcel numbers? If not, let's just go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, the motion to amend passes. So the article is now amended to read as you folks see it on the screen, and this article will be further introduced by Select Board Member Brennan. Or are you going to
I
say
think I
anything
may
else?
have covered it.
You're done? Okay.
I think I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's all right. Yeah, at town meeting, you don't ask anyone to talk longer than they have to, right? All right, anyone want to speak on this article, Article 26 as amended? Looks like we have a voter over here.
Judson Malone, 7 Audley Divide. I apologize for not knowing my parcel numbers off the top of my head here, but is this the large, flat, football-sized area located out near the sand pits in one of the few accessible flat areas of Bow?
It is a flat area.
It is a flat area.
It is a flat area, but I see where you're going here, and I just want to answer the direction you're going. This area sits on, if you excavate further, you are tapping into the aquifer, right? So we need to protect that aquifer. The site has been evaluated previously, years ago, for ball fields, perhaps. And it was determined that that would be detrimental to the aquifer there, and for a number of other reasons as well. So it has been considered in the past and determined that it would not be an adequate site, despite it being nice and flat.
Is it possible that technology has changed over these years to facilitate that? I guess where I'm going with this is I think that the use of a landfill, former landfill that has no other uses to it is a discussion. It's fine, that passed. But I think utilizing a flat, potentially usable piece of land for other things, for tying it up for 30 years, for a solar panel array of unknown town benefit is a short-sighted and somewhat attempt to capitalize on people's notion that solar is the future. And I just think that should be considered as not a great option without potentially exploring it again for other uses, given the fact that there has been a lot of shortcomings noted for ball fields, among other things. I happen to have 4 kids, everybody know that. I have 4 kids, they all play sports. I would like more fields. So there's my reasoning for coming up here and saying that. But yeah, I'd like to encourage everyone to vote no on this one there.
Thank you for your comments, and I recognize a voter at this microphone.
Hi, Peter, Andy Foot again. Is there a chance with the change in the lot numbers that we could pull up the tax map just to show everybody where we are, where it is in town? I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with the location. Might help clarify, because I tried to look on my tax map on my phone, and I couldn't find those lot numbers, so I don't know, maybe I'm missing it.
We don't have them.
Just,
It's basically the brush dump, Anthony.
well,
That
that's,
area back there.
that's a pretty big lot. There's a lot of land out there. Where are we talking? I'm just curious to have a better idea. The brush dump, like as you drive down the little road and it opens up and then there's piles of brush, we're gonna put the solar panels in the brush piles, or?
We don't know the exact location.
This is a cleared area of land. Can do nothing else, nothing more with it.
It's lot 33-253E. Can we just pull Town of Bow tax map and put it up on the screen?
I don't know that we have.
Chris Andrews, the Town Facilities Manager. Andy, when you go through the access way to the brush dump, and you continue over those first couple of mounds underneath the power lines, as you're heading south, this is on the east side of the power lines in that flat bowl.
Yeah. But I guess the question, certainly I don't have the capability of displaying the tax map here, and I don't know if we have the ability to pull it up on the screen that we have now without further preparation, so. Yeah. Okay, but I don't know that we can pull it up here. Okay. I guess the answer right now is I don't know that anybody has a solution to displaying the map, so I guess the answer is no, we can't do it unless somebody the head table comes up with a better idea. But I'll ask the speakers, I'll recognize speakers so we can move on, and if people have ideas of how it might be done, we can address it.
Peter, let me pull that up for you.
Excuse me?
Do you want me to pull that up for you? Do you want me to put it on the screen for you while you guys take questions?
Oh, that's who. Oh, the
Give me
voice
2
from
seconds,
on
guys. Give me 2
high.
seconds.
So that's what God sounds like. Oh, gosh. Yeah, All right, well, while he is seeing if he can pull that up, that was Connor speaking, by the way. Does anybody else, I'll recognize the speaker at this microphone for now.
She was here first.
Okay.
And actually, I just want to respond a little bit to what was just said, actually. So Jessica Dunbar, Chair of the Energy Committee, and 6 Chandler Circle in Bow. You asked about the size. The proposed area for the array would be approximately 5 acres, but a more detailed site assessment would finalize that space. The other things I just want everybody to understand is that the gravel pit and the landfill proposed solar arrays were put forward as part of a package. And they're both sizable, about almost the same size. The gravel pit's a little larger. So if the gravel pit was not approved, it would greatly affect the economy of scale and therefore the financial benefit of the whole project, and it could jeopardize the landfill project, and just changes a lot of things. Just understand that it is being presented separately, but if it were not approved, there would be a lot of need to go back and really look closely at what can be done again, because it would have an effect beyond just itself.
Thank you. And I'll recognize
Ryan
this
Fontaine, 35 Allen Road. We bought that land from Peter Ty in the 80s because we didn't want houses there. We use that to shoot in that pit. It's one of the safest places to. There's all kinds of people that use that for recreational use. And to take that away and put a big solar array, I mean, it's for everybody. You just can't exclude some of the people that use the pit because you don't want them there. It's, to me, there's no place for that. It's for everybody in the town. And by taking that place away from us to be able to shoot there, and it's safe, we all hunt there, 5 acres, I'm not really for this. This should be a no.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, I'll recognize this speaker.
Tom Tramarco, 17 Page Road. It was mentioned that the gravel pits, the land was not going to be disturbed. But explain to me how these, and maybe Kirschars can, because I've got ground mounts at my house. And the 2 ways of doing them is either to sink a spike down to support these ground mounts or build coffins, which are cement enforced with rebar. So the ground actually has to be excavated somewhat. So if it's going to affect the water or the natural aquifers, this ground will be affected by that. The anchoring system has to support these solar panels, and so if they could elaborate how these systems are being held without disturbing the ground, that would be appreciated, because I don't think it can. And once you disturb the ground, you're going to disturb the aquifers, and that's important, because you said it wasn't going to disturb the grounds.
We may have a response to that, but while we're waiting, I'll recognize the next voter.
I'm Bob Lux, and I live in 7 Allen Road, and I do know that area. I'd say intimately. I made a map of it in 2006 and 7, and I frequently walk across the area. I believe we're talking about, I call it the arena. It is flat. The contours were the same in the base map I used back in 2006 and 7. Nothing's changed. I would say it's maybe 70 yards long and maybe 50 yards wide or something like that. I've been there as recently as the last 2 weeks. I frankly have never seen any evidence of anyone shooting there. I was also at that brush dump today, and I saw some clay pigeons on the ground, and I thought, I felt, not a lot, but I thought if you're going to, I don't think you should be shooting back there. And if you are shooting back there, you should be cleaning up your clay pigeons, but that's not the arena. And the idea of using it for baseball has come up in the past, and it's a residential area and baseball. And, we talk about the aquifer, but also night lights and things like that. And it's a residential area. I think that solar power cells would be a good choice for this arena, which again is big enough. And I say it's about 60 by 50 yards.
And I don't think there's any other, I don't think we're mistaking what we're talking about. It is the unique flat place over there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a speaker waiting over here.
Yeah, Sandy Crystal, One Shoreview Drive. I was actually out at the site with Jessica and I think Chris, checking it out. It is flat because it was, the gravel was removed. In fact, there's a conservation easement on adjacent area that's up high around it. I do want to mention the thought about the aquifer and the ball fields is that if you have the natural turf you're growing on the ball fields, you're going to need fertilizer, and the water and the fertilizer are something that you really don't want to, or the fertilizer is something you don't want to add to the aquifer. So that was, I guess, one of the issues with the ball fields and the concern over the aquifer. Putting a structure in it is not going to impact the aquifer. And I know that DES has rules about the stormwater that comes off of the panels, solar panels, so that would be addressed. I do want to, what Bob Lux mentioned, if they're shooting, you need all that needs to be cleaned up because we don't need a lead contamination problem from having a shooting area. So that would be of concern there. So thank you.
Is this the right map right here?
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the, Connor, if you're hearing me, the parcels that we're talking about are 39-253E. Oh, no, 33. 33-253E and 39-269.
That's, Peter,
Is that the correct parcel up there? Okay.
I think I put that in. Yeah, this looks to be it.
Oh, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay.
Should I zoom in somewhere?
No, I think you're,
All right,
let's leave it
perfect.
at that for now. Okay. So yes, thanks to Connor, we can display the town tax map for you folks to see. Thank you, Connor. And nobody at that mic. And
Jeff.
Yes.
Jeff Martineau, 39 Allen Road. I'm actually Mr. Fontaine's neighbor, sort of. I had a question about access. So what are we going to need for equipment to get into this place? I mean, obviously on the old landfill, that's easy. But here, what, if anything, is going to be put in place for vehicles for Kearsarge? In addition to the use cases Mr. Fontaine presented, there's also, I know people ride snowmobiles back there. What lines are going to be added across here? At what height? Like, what are we doing to make sure this doesn't, I know we said we weren't going to disturb trails, but there's going to have to be some change to this scenery to get the power out and to get vehicles in to maintain it. I don't know if that's been addressed or looked at yet, so.
Okay. Is the room comfortable with having the representative of Kearsarge answer that question? Okay. Thank you. And please give us your name and address, if you will, just for the record. I didn't get it the first time around when you spoke, sir.
Yep. I don't live in town, but I'm Alex Young. I live in Boston, Massachusetts. No worries. So I would just like to say, first of all, in terms of access, there is an existing access road to the site that we followed down the path when we took our first site visit. In addition to that, ongoing access over the term of the project is very minimal. On average, 1 to 2 times a quarter, we may need to take a bucket truck to repair, make small repairs, or whether it's replacing a panel or fixing an inverter, which is just an AC electrical equipment on site. So there's very minimal upkeep when it comes to maintaining the array. And drawing the power is pretty basic as well. We'll be pulling in a unitil distribution line that would
require, 4 or 5 poles at the site, but that would not be visible by any neighbors, as I would understand it, as it's a few hundred feet in from anywhere there. So it's got a good amount of shading, and wouldn't be noticed day to day.
Okay, yes. Now folks are starting to ask me to call the question, but usually I can get a sense when people are done talking. There's nobody at the mics, and so we don't need to go that direction. We can just take a vote. This is Article 26, as it was amended to correct the lot numbers. All those in favor of the amended article, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, please raise your cards. All right? The yes votes have it. The article passes. Brings us to Article 27, relative to a proposed amendment to the Bow Business Corridor Tax Increment Financing District. Do we have a motion to adopt Article 27? Yes, and a second? There you go. We have a motion and a second to adopt Article 27, and Select Board Member Poulin will introduce this to us.
Yep, the amendments to this particular article removes the provision that retires the Bow Business Corridor TIF district after 20 years from its inception in 2017, which, if left in place, annually lowers the possible length of any future bonding, making the annual payments higher. It would also update the engineering and construction cost estimates, some of which are significantly higher than estimated in 2017. It also clarifies the areas in need of infrastructure and anticipated projects, and removes the requirement that any one project must guarantee to provide enough new incremental revenues to pay for all costs in all areas of the district. And it clarifies the permitted use to include other related infrastructure requirements.
Okay, Article 27. Does anyone wish to be heard on Article 27? I see someone moving to the microphone over here. I'll recognize this voter.
Harry Judd, 25 Stack Drive. The warrant itself is very brief. The actual document is much longer. I will note that while the warrant said that it was available on the town website, by the time it actually had the public hearing, it had only been posted that day, which was a disappointment. But with that, I am a little unsure, Peter, how to proceed here, because I have an amendment that I'd like to recommend for the actual document itself, the amendment to the TIF district, but that is not the text that is available on the warrant. So we can proceed a number of ways, I believe. One would be that we could amend the warrant to address the issue. Perhaps, once I describe the issue, you can provide some guidance.
Why don't you do that? And I'll be leaning on town council to guide me too, as to how best to guide the meeting going forward.
Fair enough. When we established the TIF district back in 17, it was designed so that at the end of 20 years, maximum of 20 years, the increased tax revenues from the district would go to the general fund. So it would be used to offset other expenses of the town. But in the intervening period, it could be used to pay for a bond or other improvements in the district. But it was always intended that we would support commercial development that ultimately would benefit the town, not just in the TIF district, but throughout the town by contributing funds to the general fund to reduce our residential property taxes. And what the amendment would do would be to eliminate the sunsetting of the tariff, or strike that, of the TIF, and make it so that it is absolutely unlimited in its duration, which would mean that the increased value in that district for an unspecified period of time would not come back to reduce property taxes, but rather could be used in the TIF to continue development. My recommendation, and by the way, I did attend the public hearing, and I
raised this issue with the selectmen, and it was not addressed then, but my recommendation is that we amend the amendment to the tax incremental finance district document, and rather than have it be unlimited in its life, but rather require that it terminate with the termination of a bond that is issued. And if one were to read the document, it had initially, we drafted it, it would terminate after 20 years from its inception in 2017. Now, we've had COVID and other reasons there hasn't been advancement. However, removing any limitation, I think, is inappropriate. I think that the intent in setting up the district, again, was to benefit all of us through development on the commercial property and have those funds available to offset our expenses otherwise of the town. So what I would ask is that we amend the amendment to say that it would terminate, the TIF would terminate with the termination, the retirement of a bond in that district. So there's the issue, Peter, and how we address it, since we don't have a more expansive explanation here.
I've got it. Yeah, let me take a minute to just talk to town council about how the meeting might proceed here.
Well, I'm going to defer to Carrie. Harry, I believe we did talk about this at the public hearing. And Carrie, was it something about the state requirement for the TIF districting that we? So, and I'm reading from, I think I have this, but the town shall retire from the BBC TIF district the full tax increment until the cost for improvements in the development program has been fully paid, or once any debt issued in the BBC TIF district is fully paid and any bond retired. So that kind of addresses what you're talking about. It does have a retirement provision.
It has a retirement provision that is not, but that language does not tie it to a bond. And when we, Matt, you'll remember when we initially set up the TIF, the idea was we would give the development opportunity for 20 years, and then we would all benefit from the increased value in the commercial zone. It was always designed, we had to offset the retirement that we knew was coming of Merrimack Station. What, as it is here, it says with the amendment, by removing any restriction, removing the sunsetting, if you will, it says it will retire, but it's not tied to the duration of a bond. And while that, anyway, I've made my point.
I appreciate it, Harry. I don't see it that way, but I appreciate the comment. I don't know if I want to amend that wording, but I guess if you're going to try to make a motion that can get seconded, then we can discuss it.
Well, alternatively, I would ask that, well, I'm sorry, council was going to speak to this, I believe, or not?
That's probably even better than me. I was going to relay what council said, but why should I do that when council can tell you?
So, Mr. Judd, do you have a specific provision my overarching concern is that your amendment, it doesn't identify exactly how the plan itself, the financing district plan is to be amended. It sort of leaves it open and vague.
Well, actually, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. And so if there were a specific, to amend, section 2B on page 2 to state as follows, that would be, I think, appropriate.
I have it, but again, we're not displaying the amendment here. We're only displaying Article 27. I'd be happy to share this with council right now.
Sure, I'll look at it.
Yeah, okay, why don't you bring it down, and meanwhile, we see if anybody else has any comments on this Article 27. She's leaving, she's leaving, she's leaving.
Peter.
Sure, recognize the voter at this microphone.
Lisa Cohen, 104 Brown Hill Road. I feel like if I don't speak, then... I'm actually coming at this from a totally different side. I don't understand TIFs. I don't understand what they do for us. And I do appreciate all the attorneys here discussing this. But as a layperson, can somebody explain in very basic terms what this does for us as taxpayers and landowners here in Bow? See, I didn't even complain.
Lisa,
Is that really Lisa?
Give me something bigger, I'll come back.
Lisa, it's a good question. What we did when these were implemented was we capped the tax base in these specific areas for anything that exceeded the tax base, that the tax assessments we captured, and I'll give you balances in a minute to tell you what it's actually done for us, so that we can use that money for infrastructure growth. As you know, we need water and sewer. So as of right now, our South Bow TIF district has $288,665 in it. So that money was money we've captured in taxes when we capped that district. Does that make sense? So if it was $100,000, it goes up to $110,000. We captured $10,000 to be held aside to be used for infrastructure growth. That make sense?
Okay, so if a new business comes in, they want water, sewer, you go, okay, that's great, but somebody's got to pay for it.
Right. Well, and so that's where let me take it one step further. And the other district has over 860,000 in. What it's designed to do is to help bolster economic growth in those areas so that we can take this money and rather than bond and have the town have to pay for it, the TIF district will pay for the bond. And it won't hit your tax, you won't be nailed with another big bond and tax increase.
I like those words.
Right. And that's why I was so much for these, especially with trying to bolster economic growth on the 3A corridor.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I mean, we look at towns like Merrimack that have lots and lots and lots and lots of businesses, and then little old Bow, our taxes are high because we don't have so many offsets. So these TIF districts, they help with the offset so that we can have more infrastructure and bring in more businesses.
You nailed it.
Yay.
Say no
All right.
more.
Thank you.
Recognize the voter here.
Thank you. Brian Bennett, 15 Clough Road in Bow here. I'd like to see if I'd like to make a motion to table this and send it back to the board to make sure that this is more articulated and have the article actually spell out what the amendments are rather than referring you to some document that may or may not be readily available to all the residents of Bow. I know, but we got notice of it, a day or two ago. It's not long enough for the general layman like myself to study it and understand it. I'd like to see it be better articulated in an article written like this rather than referring to a document that isn't in place up here. And like Harry was saying, he was trying to make an amendment to it, but it's not even in the text of the article.
I understand. You mentioned the possibility of tabling. Technically, tabling just puts it, so to speak, on the table for the rest of the meeting.
For the next year, and bring it back
But
next year.
If the most effective way to cause it to be brought back next year is to simply vote no, rather than having an extra motion to table. But
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I didn't know if I could get a second on that or not. Or is that possible? Is that possible? Can council
Yeah,
speak on that?
that's all right.
Would that,
I mean, it's a proper parliamentary motion, but for all practical purposes, because you're not going to reconvene the town meeting, it's the functional equivalent of voting no. So I tend to agree with Mr. Imps that
if those that are inclined to vote to put this on the table, it's just simpler to ensure that there's a vote on every article, to just simply vote it down.
Okay.
Peter, I'm stepping forward to second his motion. I'd like to speak to it.
Well,
The
I
motion
don't-
to table.
I don't think he's made the motion, so.
I thought I did make the motion to
Oh,
table.
you did? Okay. Well,
And asked if I could get a second.
sure, it's your meeting, so we have a motion to table, so, yeah, as council said, voting to table is the functional equivalent of killing the article, so you go one way or another, it won't be dealt with till next year.
And that's why
so-
I wanted to speak to it, Peter. if I
Yep,
might.
okay. So we have a
And-
motion and a second on a motion to table. We put the discussion of the article aside. Let's talk about the motion to table for a few minutes.
The benefit I would see of tabling rather than voting it down, voting down would suggest to me that the town doesn't want to continue with the TIF and the benefit long-term it will bring to our town. Tabling it says to the Board of Selectmen, we'd like you to take it back, modify it, and bring it back to us. Again, it has to come back to the town to do any bond anyway. It's that we're not authorizing any change here. We're not authorizing issuing a bond. What we're saying is we've had a delay in trying to execute on the benefits of the TIF. Let's recognize that, but that's why I would urge that we vote to table, not vote it down, because I'm in favor of the TIF. We all worked on this to develop it together, and I'd like that expression to continue. It's just, it can be improved. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to, Chris Nicolopoulos, I'd like to speak in opposition to the motion to table. I think this TIF district has been a phenomenal tool to the town. When I talk about how important it is to be open to development and to look at our 3A corridor as the biggest asset of this town, I think these two TIF districts are going to provide us the tool necessary to upgrade infrastructure, primarily water, to both of those districts in a way that doesn't cost the taxpayers direct money. Ultimately, putting TIF money aside has been doing that. But as we, over the next 2 and 3 years, finalize the plan for figuring out infrastructure, ideally water, for all of that area, funded by that area, we're going to spark continued even more growth. Look at what's happening on Dow Road. If this needs to be addressed even further next year, my inclination would be to come back next year with a further refinement to pass this year. And if we need to clarify the initial issue that Harry Judd raised, we may be able to do that. But to bring this forward so that we have the right and appropriate size district for next year. And it is possible that we'll even have a long-term solution to bring to you next year. And so I'd like to have the tools necessary to do that. That's my 2 cents.
So we're talking about the motion to table at this point in time, not the underlying motion, so I'll flip to that microphone over there. Do you want to speak to the motion to table?
Yeah, because I think my question fits either way. My question is, so that I can vote accordingly, I get TIFs as they've been explained at a high level. I guess the piece that I'm not understanding is, it makes sense that we would, so that I can vote informed, it sounds like this is saying we never want to take that tax revenue back into the town, but I'm assuming that's not the case, so why are we changing this at all? Did that make sense?
Well, we're trying to clean up the language in it, very much like the zoning did this year. One of the parts in this is it's worded such that if we do a bond, we can only do it now for another 13 years. That the wording needs to be changed so that we can do a 20-year or potentially a longer bond. Right now, as it's written, we can only do what's left for from 2017 till 2037. That's as long as we can do the bond.
So the intention of this is take away the cap so that we can get a bond, but eventually that tax revenue will come back to the town in the future. That's what we're.
And to understand what a TIF district allows, basically it allowed us to target any additional revenue from increased assessments for the properties in that district into a separate fund to pay for these projects. We're able to do that. We're able to even collect and save the money that would have gone to the statewide property tax or to the education tax on that portion. And so all of us are kind of agreeing together that if we can foster development in certain areas, that we'll all benefit in the long run. And so you must return that money back to the tax base once the incumbent investment is over.
Okay.
I think it's also just important to note that it isn't just cleanup and expanding it. It's also, there have been changing infrastructure needs in these districts as well. And so that as time has passed and other infrastructure needs have been identified to spur economic development or in order to incentivize economic development, the plan has been amended accordingly to reflect that change in infrastructure.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter on this, Mike.
Jeff Marno, 39 Allen Road, Bow. I just want to paraphrase what we heard there, Mr. Poland, as I understood it, and a simple yes or no will do is if my understanding is correct. So you mentioned the district had, I think, approximately 850,000 in one of their TIFs. So that 850,000 was collected is a portion of the tax, the property tax for that, the businesses within that district. Is that correct?
Yes, it's above and beyond
That's fine.
when it was, right, above and beyond
But
when
it's
it was
property
capped.
tax, right?
Yep,
So if it were our houses on Allen Road paying in $850,000, that would have gone to the general fund for the full use of Bow for everybody in this room. But the TIF, and don't attack me for asking this, I'm just clarifying what the money is and where it's coming from. In a TIF, a certain percentage of your property tax does not go to the general fund. It goes to the equivalent of a SIP, like we had up here for other things, except just for the infrastructure in that district, correct? It's like
Yeah.
a savings account only for what you see as that colored zone up there.
yes.
So while the rest of us pay for the 100 miles of paved roads, they're only paying for their district. Now, I'm not attacking it, I just want to ask a point of clarity. Does that mean that our shared tax revenue does not go to pay 3A in that district? Is that an accurate assessment, that offsets us having to pave that road because they're paying for it with the TIF funds? Is that correct or incorrect? Are we still funding stuff in that district?
That's incorrect.
So
all
general
the-
funds.
When you say a portion of the taxes are going to the TIF fund, the portion that is going to the TIF fund are increases in assessment from the triggering period forward. So
Understood. So everything that they've incremented in their
Yes.
property valuations from 2017 up,
Yes.
and the tax revenue from that goes into the TIF, it doesn't go into the general fund. So, understood. So my question is, are we as general taxpayers here, let's just call us the general fund taxpayers, is any revenue from our tax dollars still going into the TIF to pay for improvements in the TIF? Or are they self-sustaining? How is this structured?
The concept is for it to be self-sustaining.
But it is not right now.
Well, there's no projects going on right now.
We've not, other than some planning for the water.
So
we've
the
not
next
spent
question I
any.
have is, what's to say, since it's been, 6 years now, that in the next 13 or 14 years, they're actually going to have projects?
Well, that's the concept, is that we want to be able to have the money for the projects.
But it's been 6 years and we have no projects. We just have money sitting in an account that's not going to the general
We
fund.
currently are developing water up from the south part of the town. That's 60% of our engineering is done on that right now. So there is a project in place.
But doesn't that depend on Concord to approve it, or am I mistaken
No,
in
you're
what that
two different
project is?
things.
Okay, okay,
Completely two different things.
understood. So, to go back to the amendment, because that's what we're discussing, I mean, there's a lot of ambiguity in the article that's on the
Well,
screen.
we're not talking about the amendment. All we're doing is talking about the motion to table.
Sorry, that's what I meant, the motion to table. Sorry, Peter. Thank you for clarifying that, though. What is the impact if we do defer this? Is there like a penalty to the town if we send this back and it takes another 12 months to clean up? Or can we just have more time to sort this as a group?
Yeah, and again, as I guess an explanation, so if we had a large developer project came in and they needed some infrastructure improvements that the town could bond, we need the proceeds from the TIF, the extra value to cover the cost of that. But again, as someone said, if you only did an 8-year loan or a bond or a 10-year, it would be out of sight the cost, and we wouldn't be able to cover that.
Understood. My question, though, was, what is the impact if we wait 12 more months? Do we have a developer in hand now? Because they're not going to,
We always have things going. I mean,
but do we? Is there a risk? That's my question. I just want
Yeah.
a straight answer.
Yeah, there
So
is.
there is a risk, okay.
Yes.
We're trying to give you guys a vote here,
Yes.
and I just want an honest answer, a direct answer.
I believe it's possible that we could have a project that, that would need these TIF funding, that would like to have come to town next
So
year.
this could put a project at risk if we delayed it. Okay,
I believe
thank you.
that's
That's exactly what I was looking for, is just a
Thank
straight
you.
answer. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Right. Right, well, we're discussing motion to table. I'm giving people an opportunity to discuss whether they want a table. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the meeting is entitled to discuss whether or not they want a table. I think it's a critical motion, so, that's why I've been letting. So, the people at the mics, if you want to speak to the issue of tabling, the motion to table, that's fine. If you want to talk about the merits of the article, wait till after we act on the motion to table.
So, Flip Miranda to Abbey Road. My question is, if we table this, if we have a project and we need a bond to do something, we'll need to have a town meeting to approve the bond. If we have a town meeting to approve the bond, we can on the same town meeting approve the extension of whatever we need for the TIF for that bond. So what is really the problem with not extending this now?
So, Felix, if I hear your question right, this was brought up during the public hearing. I personally don't want to come to next year's meeting with these TIF changes and then ask you for a bond at the same meeting. It can be done, but I'm not in favor of trying to come in and tell you we're going to change a district and then, hey, we also want money out of it. So I'm not in favor of waiting to do that. We had a public hearing. The public notice was online. This has been online. I'd rather not wait.
I can also comment from a legal perspective. The reason why you have the plan is so that prospective developers that are looking to come and move to the area know what the potential infrastructure and what the terms are going to be. Yes, you're going to have to come back for the bond itself when you have some more concrete plans. But the actual TIFT plan and the financing plan is meant to notify prospective abutters as a means of being open booked and so that they can go in eyes open in terms of doing initial planning and investment in your community.
I'm just asking this because the only thing that was brought up as a risk of not approving this is not being able to create a bond for 20 years, 30 years to do something. If that is the only thing that we are actually changing, and there are questions about other changes that are being made, maybe this is not really appropriate to continue discussing without knowing exactly what is being done. If there are questions about it, and if the only thing that can be a detriment is something that will need a meeting anyway, another meeting anyway to approve, then it kind of defeats the purpose. We can make an amendment now that will open half of it, because now we can do the 30-year bond, but we don't have a 30-year bond because the bond was not approved. So it's kind of a moot approval. If there are other changes,
I'm kind of losing the track of your comments. Are you for or against the motion to table? Can you just wrap up your comments?
No, I just
other
want to
people?
understand if that is the only issue or not. If that is the only issue, then I am for tabling it. If there are other issues that might come from tabling it, then I would like to understand and maybe vote for not tabling it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, there are two more. With the expansion of that TIF district, the Bow Business Corridor, we would also include the water treatment area and the well for the town's water system, which is going to need an extensive amount of work, probably sooner than later, to address PFAS contamination, manganese. So we would be able to use funds for those projects as well. And we've also included some of the projects on Dow Road. The intersection's going to need to be reworked, and they're bringing in, over a period of time, they're bringing in
a fair amount of development. They have two buildings completed. They're going to do 4 more buildings. Now, that wouldn't require a bond, and we could use cash that's already there. So again, if we didn't do that, that would be could possibly be jeopardized as well.
Thank you.
Jeopardized as well.
Okay, again, on the motion to table. Only on the motion to table, I'll recognize the speaker.
Lisa Cohen, 104 Brown Hill, swear this is about the motion to table, because I've been sitting here reading the amended plan and all the things that you're looking that says copies on the town website. Look, it's here. Based on the things you've said, based on my new understanding of the TIF districts, and looking at the amended plan and a couple of things that Harry, who's usually my sworn enemy, has said, I am actually for tabling this because we don't have any bonds in the right now that we're voting on tonight, and this would allow you guys to tighten up the language, putting it up properly so everybody can see what you're talking about. And if you have to bring it to, next year's meeting with a bond actually in place for us to vote on, I'm okay with that. So I am for tabling. Thank you.
All right, speaker
Hi.
at this microphone.
Kelsey Nugent, 24 South Bow Road. Forgive me if I'm just a little bit ignorant of the process here, but Peter, at the beginning of the meeting, you said if we went past 11 o'clock that you already had this room reserved for next Thursday. So is there an option that if we table it, we don't have to wait the full year, but we just come back next Thursday, and by that time, maybe you guys will have been able to tighten up the legalese in a way that makes more sense to everybody?
My only problem with that, Peter, is time restraints. If we make changes to this, I believe we have to have a public hearing.
Oh, okay.
And that has to be notified, 14 or 7 days, I'm not sure which ones would.
I'd have to look at the stats.
Yeah, well, either way, I don't think we have time. It's a great idea.
Okay.
But I don't think we have time to set out a public notice, have that public meeting, and then come back next Thursday.
Oh, it just seemed like it would be a compromise into the not waiting until a bond, but, thank you.
Well, thank you for the suggestion. Anyone else want to speak on the motion to table? So we have the motion to table Article 27 on there right now. It looks like everybody's had a chance to speak to that motion, so let's go ahead and take a vote. I expect this might be a little bit closer. All those in favor of the motion to table Article 27, please raise your cards. Okay, and those opposed, please raise your cards. Okay, the opposition, the votes opposed clearly in the majority, so the motion to table fails. So Article 27 is still before us. And we have a motion, as someone's raised a point of order to move the question, which shuts off debate on an article when people feel, and this article certainly has been discussed at length. I usually don't recognize motion to call a question until I feel the meeting has had an adequate opportunity to discuss it, but.
Well, a point of order, I was proposing an amendment when it was interrupted by the motion to table.
All right.
And I just was discussing with council putting forward an amendment. If you want to cut it off, Peter, I will respect your decision, but just as a point of order, we were at that point.
Yeah, you're right. You hadn't made your motion to amend, but I guess in the spirit of making sure we run efficiently here, go ahead. I'll recognize your, to make your motion to amend.
Okay, the amendment is on page 2 of the proposed amendment to TIF. It's Roman 4, the first paragraph, bullet paragraph, which reads, since I can't display it, remove the provision that retires the BCC TIF district after 20 years from its inception in 2017, which, if left in place, annually lowers the possible length of any future bonding, making the annual payment higher. That's how it reads now. I would propose adding to that and replace it with a requirement that the TIF district will retire on the date a bond is retired. The purpose of that is to tie it to the bond and clarify that
If we had a 15-year bond, it would terminate in 15 years. We had a 20-year bond, and so on, it would retire in 20 years. But that is my motion to amend.
Harry, some clarification. Are you anticipating there's only going to be one bond? Or can we have, I mean, there could be multiple bonds, right? Then how's that wording going to impact that?
Then you come, whatever board is in place at the time, as we've all discussed, has to come back to town meeting to issue a bond, and the amendment could be done at that time. As we had the TIF originally written in 2017, it states that it would terminate at 20 years, and I'm suggesting we not restrict it to terminating in 2017, but we do put a back end on it.
All right, it has not been seconded. So it's not, no, not yet. But I want to, in order to make it make sense for everyone, I mean, really, the motion is proposing to amend the text of the plan, which is not part of the warrant article. So what I'm seeing, and town council going to tell me if I'm full of baloney, is we need to come up with a language that amends the warrant article itself. And
If you say, Peter, I mean, I did discuss it with Eric, and this is what he said I should put forward as an amendment.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you know, the warrant article currently reads, copies of the amended plan are available, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, I think it would be best if the amendment specifically said, you know, copies of the plan available at the office amended as follows. And then you give us the specific language of the amendment so that it becomes part of the vote and part of what we've taken here. You follow that, Eric?
I'm sorry, I was speaking to Ms.
Yeah. I'm trying to work up a way to make sure that the language of the amendment gets in the vote. And
Peter,
that, you know,
if I may, I haven't seen anyone rise to second my amendment. Why don't we deal with that? Oops,
Somebody just did.
sorry, I was
Yep.
hoping it might die of its own.
Well, with it seconded, there is an additional provision that Ms. Mackinnon points out at section 7 of the plan itself that identifies the town shall retain, and perhaps this addresses your concern, Mr. Judd. The town shall retain for the BBC TIF district the full tax increment until the costs for improvements in the development program have been fully paid, or once any debt issued in the BBC TIF district is fully paid and any bond retired at the discretion of the town. So, I mean, doesn't that in some capacity address your amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Eric, it speaks to the discretionary, and I'm returning to when we set up the TIF and what we promised the town was, at that point, at the end of 20 years, whatever increased value we had in the commercial district was going to stop being allocated just to the district and would come back to the general fund for the benefit of offsetting all of our tax obligations. And what I'm suggesting is that we follow through with that commitment with the amendment that says it will be retired, the district will be retired, corresponding to the length of any bond that might be issued.
Why not just remove the clause at the discretion of the town in section 7 then?
I don't think you get to make amendment.
I'm making a helpful suggestion.
No, I was attempting a little humor here.
And I'm looking for a way to not have everybody in the room get ready to lynch me for not getting control of the meeting. I think let me ask you a question, just a management question. Are you going to be offering a similar amendment on Article 28 as well? Or,
Yes.
okay. Folks, I want to get this right and not, get things so screwed up that after the fact, we have to come back and try to clean things up here. But Section 7. Well, yeah. Sure, okay. What we've looked at, just trying to make the motion to amend make sense so that we have something that's usable in the future. And here you can look at it. It looks like if we took after the, in the warrant article where it says copies of the amended plan are available on town website, community development office, but which are amended as follows. The phrase, at the discretion of the town shall be removed from the end of the first, the first section, what did you write here there, Eric? The first sentence of the third paragraph of section 7.
Yeah, that's not my motion.
That's not your motion.
Nope. So let's go back to your original idea, how to amend the article that's in front of us,
Yep, and
if I
that's,
might.
that's what
And if
I'm,
we were to add,
okay,
as you and I were starting before, at the end of that, right after where it says Development Office, if we were to add and require that the TIF district will retire on the date a bond is retired, period. So it ties it to the
okay,
life of a bond.
okay. Just,
That's my proposed
okay,
amendment.
and we'll require that the TIF district, what, expire, or? Will retire.
Will retire. I'm trying to be true to the original language in the text.
Yeah, and then the rest of it will retire what?
On the date a bond is retired.
Okay,
So, Mr. Ems? Point of order, Mr. Ems?
yeah, just a second.
Imsey.
He's never said my name.
He's never pronounced. You never correct. You had a second to an already made motion.
Yeah, we're going to have to clear it all up.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the already made motion was. All right, we got to kind of review the bidding here. Part of me is saying, oh boy, Nick Watson, the new school moderator, is here to learn how it's done, and now he's learning how not to do it, But I think, in my zeal to try to facilitate things, I was probably making it more confusing than necessary, and probably the best thing to do is just go with the proposal that the voter is making, and that proposal was to amend the warrant article by adding to that second sentence the phrase, "and will require that the TIF district will retire on the date that the bond is retired." And I think there might have been a second to your earlier motion, but whoever made that second, are you willing to make that second to accommodate
My
this?
close personal friend, Lisa.
Yep, okay. So I think the most efficient way for us to get forward here, rather than trying to get fancy, solve things, just deal with it. So we have a motion to amend. It's been seconded. It's on the floor. Let's deal with the motion to amend. Once the motion to amend is acted on, we can act on the article and move on. We were doing so well. I want to get out of here before 11. So motion to amend. Does anyone want to speak on the motion to amend?
I do, thank you. I'm Tom O'Donovan from 20 South Bow Dunbarton Road. I have two pretty simple questions. On this warrant article, maybe because the public hearing was late, it doesn't show what the final vote of the select board was. How did the select board vote on this article?
I don't believe we needed to vote on this, if I remember correctly. We had a public hearing on it, right? I don't believe we voted on this. I don't believe we had to.
Yeah.
David, can you clarify?
But if you want my,
As
The
a-
article.
As a whole,
Beyond
we,
the warrant.
as a whole, we approved the warrants, but I don't think we voted specifically on this.
Okay. I deeply understand the idea you're working on, Matt, to try to put out a time frame that makes the TIF district more competitive for development by allowing bonds to be put in place. That makes a lot of sense to me. I actually also understand Harry's key idea of we need to make sure that we don't create a self-licking ice cream cone here, that we have basically a Liechtenstein in the middle of Bow that's a tax-free, duty-free zone, and all the development goes in there and does its all thing inside there, and we don't get any money out of it. So is it possible that one approach to this would be to just say, let's put another 20-year extension in from 3 years from now and say 2047, by that point, as a hard backstop, we can do Harry's amendment also, put a hard backstop of 2047. At that point, the TIF district dissolves unless, in our infinite wisdom, we decide to extend that even further. A hard backstop to the whole thing.
Thank you. I was focusing on trying to get the amendment up on the screen so you folks could listen to it. I apologize for not listening to that.
Well, I'm exploring the aspects of this amendment by saying, are there other options to this amendment? So I think it is actually relevant, but thank you for the gentleman's concern.
Yeah, okay. So anyone, I think we have put the proposed language from the amendment up there so folks can see it who are having trouble following the discussion. So the right before us now is acting on the motion to amend by adding all of the red words that you see up on the screen. Anyone further want to talk about the motion to amend? If not, let's take a vote on that anyway. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? All right, the yes votes have it.
Can we just vote on the passage motions now?
It's just the
Pardon me?
motion to amend.
We just passed that, now can we vote?
Oh, yeah, just, I'd have a motion to do, a motion. Okay, so we have before us now the motion, the warrant article as amended. Does anyone wish to speak further about that? I think everybody's exhausted, but I'm not going to cut people off unnecessarily. Okay, I think we've done it. So let's vote on Article 27 as amended by the meeting. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the article as amended passes. Thank you very much, folks. Article 28 is a similar article relating to the South Bow Tax Increment Financing District. Do I have a motion to adopt Article 28? Yes? Okay, and we have Article 28, and we have a motion and a second. Thank you very much. And Selectman Board Member Poulin will be introducing this to us as well.
Yeah, so I think you're going to try to change this as well, correct, Carrie? So if we-
Actually, Matt, I was going to ask that you do it for me.
Yeah, no, well, I was actually going to get ahead of you.
Okay.
This is
You
not
always
Harry's
have
meeting
been.
tonight. But, so, yeah, if you, Peter, I don't know if we want to do that, how you guys are doing that over there. So this amendment does expand the district boundaries to make the optional economic development 2 more effective by recognizing and anticipating the economic and demographic changes since the 2019 establishment of the South Bow TIF. And it fixes technical issues and removes the references one specific project, a bow to Hooksett waterline, in favor of including and needed infrastructure being allowable. So some different changes in this TIF, in this district. It's newer, that's why there's less money in it, but we're just clearing up the wording in this one as well. And I will offer to amend that, and I think Peter's doing that right now, correct?
We just put it up, or it'll be coming up in just a minute.
Matt, thank you for the courtesy of doing
Yeah,
that.
thanks, Harry. Did somebody
Yeah.
second it?
Yep.
Thank you.
Jack is so cool.
Okay, great. So we have, not only we have the motion to adopt Article 28 and the second, but we have the amendment offered right away to amend the article as it appeared in the warrant. So obviously we need to deal with the amendment first. Does anyone want to speak on the amendment? I think we're all spoken out on the last one, right? Okay, so let's take a vote on the amendment. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those opposed to the amendment? All right, so the amendment passes. And now, yeah? You're ready to vote. Okay, now we got to vote on the Article 28 as amended. Anyone want to discuss it? I don't think so. All right, all those in favor? Please raise your hand. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, the yes votes have it. It passes. All right. Let's do something different other than TIFs, huh? Yeah. Something we all can understand, noise, right? Article 29 is an article relative to the adoption of chapter in town code relative to regulation of noise. Is there a motion to adopt Article 29? Yep. And a second? And we have a motion and second to adopt it. And it looks like Select Board Member Colby will be introducing this to us.
You guys thought TIFs were exciting. Noise ordinance. The town of Bow currently does not have a noise ordinance. The process to adopt this type of ordinance requires approval by a town meeting vote. As development in town has increased, so have reports of very early morning construction and related activities. In an effort to alleviate current and future concerns, the Board of Selectmen is presenting this ordinance for your consideration. The ordinance was reviewed by both of our Chief of Police and Town Council. The ordinance as written does provide exemptions for emergency maintenance work, warning devices, safety signals, commercial and residential snow removal needs, as well as options for applying for waivers. If the ordinance is passed, the regulations would be enforceable by the Bow Police Department and would become effective April 1st of 2024.
Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once and not doing very well at it. Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on Article 29? Looks like, I think we have some voters moving toward the microphone, so I'll let them get there.
Can you explain what the ordinance is? Do we have quiet hours, or is it decibel levels? Does this mean that the tractor trailer truck that goes down my road at 3 o'clock in the morning won't be able to anymore? Oh, sorry, Susan Belair, 8 Edgewood Drive.
Didn't we put a sign up for that?
I'm not sure.
So to answer some of your questions, there is no decibel reader. We're not purchasing one of those. The hours are 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. We did add some language. I think Sandy helped us with this about fuel trucks. Sandy, I don't remember, it was fuel trucks we added into this as well. What were your other questions? Sorry.
I think that basically answered most of it, and thankfully one of my neighbors just gave me one of these.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak on this? It looks like somebody at this mic.
Dan Snodgrass, 103 Brown Hill. I moved to Bow 4 or 5 years ago. We live right next to Dunbarton. Actually, she's my next door neighbor across the street. I have neighbors that have dogs that bark constantly. I have neighbors that shoot guns. I thankfully have enough land, and I can safely shoot guns in my neighbor in my yard. I don't need people calling the cops because I'm enjoying myself safely on my property. Noise ordinance in a rural setting, come on. It's silly. It's silly. There's no need for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
You-
I
you
don't
vote-
believe the noise ordinance will prevent you from shooting guns, any other activities. It just identifies times in which in particular construction or otherwise excess noise, continuous excess noise would be
All right, so I
eliminated.
guess the point that I should be speaking to is, if you put something like this on the books, you're gonna have people who abuse the crap out of it. And that's what I foresee happening. I don't think it belongs in Bow. I don't.
Thank you. Looks like we have a speaker over here.
Judson Malone, 7 Audley Divide. I don't have any night vision, so I'm only doing my shooting during the daytime. And if I feel so-so about noise ordinance. I guess one thing I'm a little concerned about is restrictive to fireworks and celebrations around that. Feel like it may have been a little restrictive to the dates that are necessary for New Year's and July 4th only. I think that the fireworks could and should be dropped from that. The rest of the stuff seems pretty reasonable. I think it's reasonable to expect to be able to sleep during your workday on normal occasions. And construction has increased in a lot of places. So I think there's some good stuff in there. I'm just pretty worried about the fireworks side of it. I don't shoot fireworks for what it's worth, but I do enjoy watching them and hearing them go off. So I don't know if this is probably not the right place to consider an amendment to the actual thing, but maybe we could file this for next year. Maybe we could all vote no, and we could talk about changing that. I should have been more connected to this. I will freely admit I should have gone and looked at that sign. But I think a noise ordinance with everyone's attention on it might come out a little bit better for everybody. So perhaps consider voting no for this year.
Thank you. Recognize the speaker at this mic.
Yes, Susan Moore, 11 Crockett Drive. I'm all in favor of this ordinance. I think it's a great idea. I was just wondering why the decibels were not included, because I think that's an important thing, because there could be something built that has, in a neighborhood that has a certain number of decibels that aren't conducive to peace.
I think
So,
we did discuss decibels. We don't have the equipment in town to rate decibels. And so I think they went with, as you outlined here, there's a list of things you can and can't do before 7 a.m. Monday through Saturday, and things you can't do up till 9 a.m. on Sunday, mowing your lawn, et cetera. But we didn't incorporate decibels because we just don't have the equipment, training, the technology. And then I think it's important to understand that the fines that are outlined in this are, I believe, $500 for the, $300 for the first offense, $500 for the second offense, and $1,000 for third and subsequent offenses.
right, what I was thinking of, as I mentioned, if their building that went up, or some device on a building that was constant noise. That's, firecrackers is one thing. I'm talking about a constant noise, 24/7, that's nonstop and would disturb somebody enjoying their backyard. That's what I'm thinking of. I just speak from experience of, from where I lived in Massachusetts. They were going to put a chiller on that was going to be 100 decibels all the time. So that's what I'm thinking of. A constant noise on some building or whatever put next door to somebody on town land, which, town land is all over the place. We don't always know where it is. And so if something is put there, it should have a certain number of decibels limit that. And you don't have to have the measuring device. The people that are building have to prove that their number of decibels is less than that number required. So that's what I'm suggesting, a certain number of decibels.
I just want to touch on real quick, to go back to the fireworks. This does not prohibit fireworks except, for New Year's and just 4th of July. What it does say is between the hours of 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., Monday through Sunday, the discharge of permissible fireworks, except on New Year's Eve and 4th of July.
Okay.
Right, those would be allowed till midnight.
So we've got a lot of people lined up, so I'll go to this mic over here quickly and move forward.
Yeah, Brian Beach, 4 Pinecrest Drive. My only comment here is I don't know if necessarily a noise ordinance is needed. You already have a criminal statute on the books for this, New Hampshire RSA 644-2, disorderly conduct. And I'll read it for everyone in the room so they can consider this. Person is guilty of disorderly conduct if, paragraph 3 states, he purposely creates, causes a breach of the peace, public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creates a risk thereof. Paragraph A, making loud and unreasonable noises in a public place, making loud and unreasonable noises in a private place, which can be heard in a public place or other private places, which noise would disturb a person of average sensibilities. That's my only comment on this.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to this mic.
Eric Ives, 55 Bow Center Road. I am a little concerned that this would ban coyote hunting in Bow, as that is legal at night in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
I would think that you would be able to apply for a waiver for that.
Okay. And this microphone over here.
Spencer McCormick, 29 Putney Road. I would strongly urge to vote no, at least on this ordinance as it's written, because I wasn't actually aware of what was all in the amendment until very recently, as in like an hour ago. And a lot of what's in there is so broad in language. To the gentleman's earlier point, there are people that would, I mean, there's people of all kinds of walks of life, people would abuse this. And for instance, some of it's about trash bins and dumpsters and things like that after 9 p.m. I know, for instance, I have a relatively long driveway. I know sounds echo across our road. The only time I have to take out my trash is at night. I've got 2 little kids, we got stuff going on. If one of my neighbors happened to take umbrage with that at 9:02, I could then potentially be fined for this. More to the point, that whole ordinance is redundant, as the gentleman just explained, because there's already a criminal statute for that. And secondly, instituting an ordinance that is specifically just for fines basically just makes it legal as long as you have money. So there's really no point to it. As one of the other gentlemen pointed out, it's a rural community, noises happen. I don't know who this is for. I don't know if you're getting inundated with complaints that you can't
Yes.
handle. You are?
Well, not that we can't handle, but yes,
But
certainly.
that's the point.
There
So
has
it's-
been an increase in logging and construction activities in residential areas that has caused for an increase in contact and phone calls. 3:30 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, refueling of construction vehicles going on. And this was just simply an effort to put something together to address a problem that has just been increasing.
So to clarify, that was...
And to bring to the voters the option.
So to clarify, that was private people, that were citizens, these were companies that were
These were
coming in and doing
companies,
things.
yes.
Okay, but then this ordinance therefore affects the citizens, not these companies that are coming in and doing this. So it would solve, I guess, it would solve one
No,
problem while
this
instituting
ordinance
another.
specifically cites that person is, the description of person includes a company.
Includes, but it is also then the citizens.
Correct. Yes.
Right, so I strongly encourage people to vote no.
Thank you.
All right. Voter at this mic.
Lisa Cohen, 104 Brown Hill. Just like every year I say, don't raise my taxes. Why a noise ordinance? I've lived in this town for, well, longer than a lot of you and not as long as some of you, a long time. And it's not necessary. If you're concerned about people doing construction and logging, go talk to them. Leave us little private citizens alone. And like the other gentleman said, thank you for finding the state statute. You know, we don't need this. We're little Bow. We're not that big. We know how to go talk to our neighbors and say, hey, can you keep it down? And don't do that again. I mean, I used to have neighbors had little kids when I didn't have a little kid, and they were always out at 6 in the morning, yelling and whooping and hollering. Not that I have anything against little kids. Again, I got one. But this is not necessary. We're little Bow. Leave us little Bow. Thank you.
Thank you. Voter at this microphone.
My name is Faye Johnson. I live at 110 Knox Road and Robinson Road. And my problem is a little bit different. It's people target practicing all the time on weekends with guns. And I reported it to a police officer and asked to have him check it out to at least let me know whether or not they had proper placed everything that the bullets wouldn't go too far. And the police officer never even, he said he would take care of it, take a look at it, and he never called me back. So there's an awful lot of shooting and target practicing, and that's totally different, but it shouldn't be in people's yard. There is one section of my land I don't go on because I never know when they're going to start up with the bullets. So I'm glad that you brought this up, so it gave me a chance to let you know what's happening. Thank you.
We don't have anybody at that microphone, so I'll recognize the next person in line over there.
Hi, Jared Bland for Beaverbrook. I'm wondering, how are we checking on this? It doesn't really say. The police are obviously going to be coming in, but some of these definitions, you have noise disturbance, and it lists any sound. So if we let a dog out at 10 o'clock and they see a deer and they start barking and we have an irritated neighbor that doesn't care for that dog noise, are the police coming? Is it his word versus somebody else's word? How are we checking on this? And the other thing I would point out is you've got the listed dates and you specify New Year's Eve and July 4th. If the July 4th holiday happens to fall on a weird weekend and July 4th is being celebrated on a Saturday versus the actual July 4th, is that fireworks now not permissible to midnight? How are we doing that?
That's what it says.
No? Were those silly questions?
Can somebody up front here answer those questions?
Did I break the board?
No, those are valid points, and they're points that people here have to consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nobody at this mic. I'll recognize the next speaker at this mic.
All right, Sandy Crystal, 1 Shoreview Drive. A couple of things. One is actually Bo had intended to have a noise ordinance before, and they attempted to put one in place and then realized it hadn't been brought to the town for a vote. So it isn't kind of something new. Secondly, as being a planning board member and approving projects and then finding out that the developers are making tons of noise, people are talking to them, the town is talking to them, it stops one day, it doesn't stop another day, there's no way, there's no noise ordinance to enforce. It was a significant problem, at least at one development. Elena mentioned the 3:30 in the morning trucks idling to refuel. Not everybody lives on big lots. Many of us, the town, the standard is 2 acres. Their cluster developments are 1 acre. So it's not that we're in this big rural area. It's actually, they call it exurban is the type of area we live. It's not really rural. And I think that you need to realize that while there might be a neighbor who doesn't like your dog barking or something, there are bigger issues that people are experiencing, and it's a shame that there's no one here from, adjacent to the developments, or no one speaking up about it, but it's a significant problem. Just because you haven't realized it, be glad, but the town cannot enforce the noise issues with the developments unless we have the noise ordinance. So I encourage you to vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize the voter at this mic.
Hey, oh, hi. Sorry, Peter Bandyfoot. I was just thinking, this came up, I think, because of the Sawmill Loop fueling at 3 in the morning. Anyways, is there any way we could kind of bypass this ordinance for now? Maybe we make a planning board put in a condition for approvals for their subdivisions, noise ordinances, so we can limit this to the contractors for now, and then we can readdress it later if we really need one?
I think that's a great recommendation. If this were to fail today, I think the select board could recommend that to the planning board.
Yep. Is this voter waiting over here?
Yes. Yeah. Shea Senate, 574 Page Road. Full disclosure, I'm a defense lawyer, so I look at this and I think it feels overbroad to me. I hear what the problem is, right? And it seems like this is capturing a lot more than what the board was trying to solve for the problem. And just hearing what that is, I think it could get more targeted. If the issue is specifically that people or companies are doing construction, right, we could really focus in on that, or we could do something with the planning board for that and take it incrementally and figure out what is it that we really need, instead of having questions of, if I let my dog out at 10 and my dog does see deer out in the backyard and they're barking, are my neighbors going to call on me? Because I don't think they are. We like our neighbors, they're great, but could they call on me? That's an issue, right? That's something that's going to come up and that we'll have to deal with, and it's really vague as to what the issue is, and that uncertainty is something I don't like and I don't feel comfortable with. And then you're going to end up getting into these fighting matches between people back and forth about, is this included or not included? So I think we should really, I would vote no on this just because it seems overbroad, and we should really focus in on, if those are the specific issues, just focus on those specific issues for now, and if we need to expand it later on, we can do that.
Okay, we have a speaker at this microphone.
Arthur Cunningham, 8 Heather Lane. I agree with the last speaker and the one before on this microphone that this is not ready. I think there are problems with the way it's written, especially with regard to residential use and residential noise. It's a very limited exemption for me to make noise on my property, or for my neighbor to make noise on their property. And I think the idea of calling it, a noise is any noise, or a disturbance is any noise, and then that a reasonable person would believe it's noise or objectionable, it's just way too broad, and I just think it needs to be cleaned up a lot.
Yeah, no, I think we're fine. Looks like we've run out of people who want to speak on this article. So I'm more than happy to put this matter to a vote at this time. All those in favor of Article 29 as it appears in the warrant, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, all right. I think we know what the answer is on that one. The article is defeated by card vote. I think you're all going to love what you hear about this article. Article 30. Article 30, as it appears in the warrant, I've been notified that this is a petitioned article, and because the intent of this article has already been funded by the select board, the petitioners wish to table the article. So I think the best way to deal with this would be to have a motion and a second to adopt the article, and then I'll allow Dee Trebek, who is one of the petitioners, to make her motion to table it indefinitely, and then we will follow that with a motion to adjourn the meeting. So let's start out with a motion to adopt Article 20, I want to deal with it? Is there a second? Yeah, okay, great. And Dee, you want to make your motion to table?
Yes, Dee Trybig, 15 Branch Londonderry Turnpike East, and Chair of the Bow Telecommunications Committee. As was stated, the Select Board graciously funded the request to have a townwide RF plan done for our wonderful town of Bow, so I do not need to ask for this money anymore. Thank you.
Is there a second?
And I will table this indefinitely.
Yeah, is there a second to Dee's motion? Okay, so let's take up her motion to table. Any discussion? I'm sure there are none. All those in favor of the motion to table? Thank you. All those opposed? Table passes. Anybody have any other business come before the meeting, or somebody want to make a motion to adjourn? Yeah, and a second? All those in favor? Okay.
Excuse me, point of
Thank
order. Point of order.
Yeah, what's
Excuse
that?
me. We're allowed to have, there's another article to transact any additional business, right? 31? Article 31?
Oh, yeah. In all my years as moderator, we've never had any other business.
Excellent. I'm glad I could break that. I'd like to file a motion to reconsider Article 26. I'm not sure if I'm doing that correctly. I apologize for not knowing all the ins and outs of that.
Okay, well, I guess the first question, in order to file a motion to reconsider, you have to be on the successful side of the motion. Did you vote in favor of the amended article?
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you vote in favor of the passage of Article 26?
No.
All right, well, typically under parliamentary rules, you have to be on the prevailing side of the vote to move to reconsider. So if you did not move to approve it, I would not recognize your motion.
Okay, noted. Anybody that voted for it want to consider doing that? No. All right, figured I'd try.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all for sticking with us, and we actually got out of here. I never thought we would.
Do you have any voting cards? I can take your voting cards. Thank you so much.